One test. Excellent. Yo. How's it going? Yo, 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 yo. Let's see. Well, probably be here most of the time. Just figuring out what we're going to be doing for the day. Watch some of your tutorials talking about Godot multiplayer. Awesome stuff. Thank you. Yeah, we are planning part 3. We've had a lot of good feedback, and there's some excitement around part 3. It's just I want to nail it, so it's taking a little longer than the others. But there are some cool things coming together for sure. We are going to keep doing it. So just be hanging today. I have a lot on my plate. It's going to be hard to figure out what is the priority. But I figured while I was figuring that out, I could actually get on and answer questions or hang out in my little forest. Switch to UFEN to UE5, and now switching to get over my fighting game. It's so much freedom, it's almost overwhelming. That's interesting, yeah. So those can be a little bit on rails. And is this a fighting game that is like 2D fighting or like Street Fighter or something like that? Smash, or is it is that the kind of fighting? Is it 1v1? Is it 4 player? Lots of options there. Right, right. Tekken, DBZ, Tenchikai. Yeah, cool. So then you're going to need to know a little bit about netcode and rollback and reconciliation, client side simulation, all that. So you are a person who's going to want a server authoritative. Um, you might already know all about it, but there is a add-on called NetFox. I don't know I've seen Delta rollback. Yeah, there are some varying opinions on whether NetFox is a good fit, but it is available, and I have used it, and it can help basically synchronize clocks across the server and clients, and can do lag compensation, client side prediction, and server side reconciliation. Now, I think it can be a little tricky. There's a lot to learn in here. Like games that have used it, not a whole lot, not a whole lot. It is awesome, and so it will save you some time if you spend some time learning about the principles. Um, I'm a member of their Discord. I'm pretty active there. There's some great threads. Uh, there's like a crash course on Netflix pinned here, so Dusty will throw you a bone here. And but I think it is it's cool. It's something I've used in the past, but I do not use currently. Yeah, so yeah, you'll see me in there. And there's a lot of really helpful people there. I do think it is a learning curve, so like be prepared to get a few things wrong at first, and but it's all about input. So the player's input, and that's very important on the fighting games where the input needs to be really responsive, but ultimately you've got to have some sort of rollback if inputs are delayed, or yeah, you can. There's a lot of nuance, but yeah, keep looking into that. And my tutorials are more for beginners, because a lot of people don't. Some people want to make fighting games, some people don't. But like a lot of people want to make a more cozy kind of multiplayer, casual. Yeah, yeah. You can study it. You've got to learn the fundamentals for sure, especially for making a good fighting game. A fighting game that feels fair and responsive. Is there something better than NetFox? I don't know. I think that for Godot, NetFox is the one a lot of people go to, but just anecdotally, I keep saying this, but I have seen people have issues with it in terms of like learning curve. If you are a master of netcode already, NetFox will be easy to use. But I don't think it's so like one of the things about server side reconciliation and rollback. It's basically distributed time travel because you have two clients connected and a server, and inputs could be delayed or not delayed or on time, and then you've got this time travel. I've got to roll back and resimulate what happened. Whenever you're in this realm, it's a lot of work, but if you get it right, it's good. What I would recommend is like make sure you have your input separated from your player. Obviously, it's key for all those examples and the fighting games in general. And if you can separate your input from your player logic and stuff, it might be a little easier to. You can also start with NetFox, but I would try to get some actual game developed before you think too hard about integrating NetFox and like going super deep on it, because you could kind of miss the forest for the trees. But I don't know. I use it for FPSs, so fighting games and FPSs both want to use NetFox. I would try to avoid it for an online action RPG, but there are a lot of action RPGs that kind of play a little bit like fighting games. If your action game, if your online action game is like almost all PvP, you're gonna want NetFox. But if it's more like fighting enemies, like kind of like World of Warcraft style, you can get away with a lot less complication. You can just let it ride because it's not as tight. When you play WoW, you're like not expected to have everything be super instantaneous. Like you fire a spell off and you've got like a cast time. In fact, WoW is kind of interesting because it has a universal global cooldown. It's kind of like tick based. Every time you press a button, it's got that GCE, the global cooldown. So it's like RuneScape and stuff like that gets around it by being kind of like tick based, and every tick it evaluates what's happening, and that's much slower paced. Like also accommodates a lot of players. So that's why they do that. Yeah, it depends on your game. If it's really like tight and fast paced, you might want NetFox, but I think you can get away with a lot without it. Your game is going to be simple if you don't do NetFox. It's going to be more like my demo, my YouTube tutorial, where it's like 3 nodes and a little bit of this or that. And I think multiplayer is complicated enough without NetFox, and then yeah, you got to have kind of a PhD to really get it right. But if you know enough about fighting games and netcode and stuff, you might just be fine. It's just like I'd prepare for like a little bit of pain and suffering first. Not to dissuade you at all. Definitely use it because you have the right use case for it, which is a fighting game, like a head to head sort of thing. You don't have all these like PVE enemies and mobs and bosses and stuff like you have to worry about. It's just 2 players or three just players. So you should be fine. Hmm. What are we going to work on? We have like a little to do list. It's pretty long. I wonder if I kind of want to fuck with the universal menu. This project's always crashing. It's an older project. Okay. Pull that down. What else? Yeah, I have no intention of making a network engineer crawling my way through. Yeah, you can do it. I mean, if there's an engine you can do it in, it's gonna be Godot. I've seen fighting games in Godot. A lot of them do roll their own netcode. Because fighting game netcode is like actually not that crazy. If you want to send your own packets, and yeah, you can. It's really not that hard. I think it's good. It feels really bright. Yeah, I agree. Like I've looked into Unreal and Unity. I mean, I failed to pick up either of those back in the day, and I really picked up Godot and kind of ran with it as my first game dev engine about 2 years ago. It's been great. It's been great ever since. The community's great. Lots of great assets and resources, and um, yeah. And I think UEFN looks cool because that verse language that they've got is kind of interesting for multiplayer. Well, they get a large asset store like Fab. I mean, the thing about it is like Godot will import all those assets almost like one to one. FBX, any format, OTGB, like animations, you can touch them up in Blender and they'll all work. So they just don't come pre-composed in a way like um, the binary. But a lot of the assets are just models and animations and meshes and textures and shit, right? Like I think Fab has some like more advanced plugins or whatever, but we do have like the Godot asset, right? Like the UE to Godot. Yeah, I think I like it's hard because like there's a lot in the Unreal Store and stuff, but the best ones are paid too, right? Like hello, hello, hello. So concerned about a huge library of animations using the Epic Games skeleton. That is the case. Yeah, so you have a huge library of elements. Oh, man. You might have some work to do, but it feels like if you can get them into Blender, you can get them into Godot. You might, yeah. The skeleton's gonna be a little different. What up, Andrew P? We are noodling on some things. We're trying to figure out what to work on today. We're kind of in between projects. It's been a lot of. We have a branch that we were working on. What did we call that branch? Get branch. L. How do you get branch? Test note. All right. Let's check it out. We are having a day. We are having a day. Yeah. So I have seen the Unreal skeletons like be a little tricky to get into Godot, but you know, Godot can handle the skeleton, but once you do one and you get the skeleton right, you're gonna be all right. Okay, that's the thing. Yeah, I'll show you a skeleton. So where's the character here? Character. These are from Mixamo, which is an Adobe asset, and I kind of hate them, but they're free, and there aren't a lot of free animations out there. But we have a skeleton 3D. It's gonna be different than the Unreal one, and then what are you gonna do? Because those animations are very much tied to the skeleton. I'm trying to think how you would do this. This is what you would do. You ready? You would take this over here on the right. You have your bone map. Okay. This is the default humanoid bone map, right? And what you would need to do is find somebody or do this yourself. Clear this fucker out. And instead of a skeleton profile humanoid, you go up here, you clear this fucker, you say, fuck you, I'll make my own. And there they are. There are the bones. Oh my god, here are my bones. My bones are bone. Bone. Here's bone 2. Say, you just do this exactly as it is in Unreal. Okay. And then hip. Start with root, whatever they're called. All right. And then look, is this, you put it in the neck. When I go to the neck, I still don't have a bone there. But basically, once you do this, and you do it once and you do it well, or you find somebody else who's done it, you're gonna be all right. But it's all resource based. It's all in there. And so then instead of selecting their default humanoid, you quick load. The bone map. You don't have to do anything with the transforms if someone else has got this right, like, or that it's exportable as a bone map to this bone map type from Blender or some other. You'll have to figure that out because I'm not that guy. But we do have another multiplayer question. It says, "Can you make a game like Repo and Lethal Company where you're like the multiplayer in Godot should switch to Unity?" Well, I mean, you could make a game like Repo or Lethal Company in any engine. I think Repo was made in Unreal, though that could be wrong. And Lethal Company is definitely known as the Unity game. But let me show you this. I've got a game here. It's got repo mechanics. I canceled this game because it sucks, but I can create a lobby. Actually, let me put my name in. So there, you see Andrew Dev's lobby. I can join the lobby. I can start the game. You see all the connections behind me. All right, we're in. Okay, so now I have this player. So what this player can do is he can ragdoll, and then I can pick up stuff like this. I can pick up this player. So you can see on his machine, I've got the repo mechanics. What's really cool about this is that when this guy, he bounces, because I set the physics material to bounce, if he ragdolls or unragdolls, he can pick up a mushroom. And then if he's holding something, I made this thing composable so that he can hold this mushroom, and then I can pick up the player, and now we have a chain of things. Oh, I wonder if I could pick up, I could get two players in a chain, because he's still holding this mushroom, see? So it's all composable. Okay, I've never done this, but all right. So one player ragdoll. This player picks up this player. And then this player ragdolls over to that player. And then this player picks up that player. Now we have like this weird chain of players ragdolling, and kind of there's some delay to it, but basically now I can throw this player, and the green player that he's holding will go with him and drag him down a little. Now I could pick up this player and dunk his ass in a fucking bucket. There you go. Am I using GD script? Yes, it's all GD script. And the other cool thing I made is this cart that you can ride around in a cart. Choo 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 choo. And I've had people like pick up a cart and then get into a cart, and it does make a train like this. So there's some mechanics here, but there's no game. And I canceled this game and started making tutorials because I was like, oh, I got all this working. I've spent a lot of time on it. I might as well just give it away. Choo choo. Yeah, one of my tutorials, I swap authority a lot. Or I talk about authority, and I showed how I got this all to work, and yeah, it's pretty essential. I'm gonna make another video about authority. I have a whole plan. I have a big plan, but it's taking a longer time because I'm trying to make sure I make quality stuff. And I also have a full-time job, so I've been real busy. I'm trying not to get, yeah. Anyway, I was spending a lot of time trying to fix that jitter that you see. And there's a couple of things I tried, and I think I never really got a perfect solution, but because the collisions are happening in a way that makes it Not great. But yeah, authority is really important to understand, and because I kept messing it up early on. Oh, I'll be right back. I gotta super be right back. Super be right back, brothers. Alrighty, yeah, just a little break there to finish up some food on the oven. Okay, we got other couple of quick questions. So, was that one using NetFox? Not quite. That was the one that I made client authority and do some authority swapping. Yeah, Verse is cool. I like Verse a lot. I like GDScript even more though. And the reason I like GDScript is that it's very short and to the point because you're barely doing a lot in GDScript. You don't have to do a lot because if we look at like a really complicated function like this get shoot direction from the tutorial, the second part, we're declaring 3 variables and then returning a piece of math. That's not a lot of like language features to use. What you're really leveraging are the incredible docs and the incredible functions that are available. The very powerful high level API that they have is by far I think it's underestimated how good this is for a user because all the things I could possibly need to do with a camera set get are all on there. And all I'm doing is just using those in GDScript. So any of these things like a button, I can tell it to be flat, an icon, text. GDScript is literally just like button dot text. Just fill in whatever you want. There's not actually, you don't have to do a lot of stuff like processing wise. Even like the physics loop, it's all. Do you worry that GDScript is relatively easy to read when you publish a game? I went over a couple of tools in my Slay the Spire video about things you can do to make it harder to read. I personally don't worry about it. I mean, I have now embraced open source in a way that I never really expected to do, that I'm trying to give as much back as I can. Like, especially since I canceled my game that I was working on, I was like, I'm just gonna give it all away because I started to, and then people really responded more to that than my actual game. So I'm kind of happy with my decision to cancel the game and just give it away. Unreal, and the point of my game dev is to like have people enjoy things, and ideally they would enjoy a game that I make because I think I make fun games, and I think I've made some fun games in the past. Like my itch games are kind of fun, some of them, but I haven't completed a game, so they're enjoying it. It's just not as a game, so I'm fine with them using all my GDScript. It's all on my GitHub anyway. Unreal Engine could never compete. Yeah, it's really straightforward, and they're Godot has the benefit of the best docs on the planet as well. So like you just command click into any of these audio stream player. I know nothing about audio, but boy, can I figure this out. Play, seek, stop. I've done like reverse here. I've edited the pitch scale. So this is nice when you have like a repetitive sound. You just randomize the pitch scale from 1.0 to 0.5 to 0.8. You just do a random number. So when you do sound hit, we could just do this. We could go sound hit dot pitch scale rand. We could just do a rand f range 0.5, 0.8, something like that. And we just do it equal. That's about it. I can't get any easier than that. And I don't have to know anything about anything to do that, which I don't know anything. Everything I learned is like in the engine and just kind of. So now you get a random. Let's see what it sounds like. Do I have what video? What is this on? Let's see if this is on. Enet. It's just Were you working with other engines before Godot? I worked a little bit with an engine called Bevy in Rust. It sounds awful. So a tick marker, like a Call of Duty tick, is not the right thing to do that on. But demo complete. I really hate UP&P. Oh my god, please. Ugh, this is a new error. I want to fork tube so that we don't have to worry about this fucking. Yeah, and so I never got into Unity because I found it extremely obtuse. It's a no UI engine, yeah. You got it right. It's not very good for making games. Rust is all about correctness and taking your time to make things everything is like completely safe. And Rust as a philosophy is very intentional, never breaks. Game dev, on the other hand, is move real fast, iterate, find something fun, and polish it. That's a completely different workflow. And obviously, Godot is like a huge winner in almost every aspect. Like, I would not recommend Rust game dev, but that's where I started because I was learning Rust and then I saw that Bevy was around and I was like, oh, I'll try this. And then I was like, man, I really want to actually make games for real. Let's try Godot. But Unity, I could not get into. It just was so fucking slow when I tried it back in like 2014, 2016, like 10 years ago. I'm sure it might have gotten better. I hear it's still not great, but I was using like Unity 4 or something, and I don't know. I didn't like it at all. I tried to do tutorials, and it was like the most boring ass thing, like setting up environment objects and stuff, and like just felt like there was a lot of work to do in Unity before you actually got to the game. And I just got much faster progress with Godot. I mean, it's so much more lightweight and intuitive, and it's like lightning fast, and everything kind of works as you expect to. What are we? So we have one, two, three, four, five, 6 ways to connect in this project. Spacetime to be DB, yeah, I have. I tweeted about spacetime a little bit. We could, we could. What if that could be an interesting project for today? Yeah, I heard it's not too bad to set up. I think I favorited a guy who was doing it in Godot. I don't remember. GG, hello. GG. Yeah, we are. This is a lot of fucking work, but I do want to make a video where I say, like, I put every way to connect in one project: eNet, eNet Relay, WebRTC, WebSocket, Steam, Epic, Spacetime. Someone's making an MMO. Yeah, it's really for MMOs. I'm kind of concerned about latency. It could be an unfounded concern, but I also do not want to write server functions. I don't want to write my. I don't want to like Spacetime's cool for a subset of games, but like I don't know. I have to try it. It might be like a pretty like an eventual kind of thing. I'm gonna comment it out for now. I don't have these implemented either at the moment. It's kind of sad. Yeah. Oh, I've got this up. That's fine. Oh yeah, I was gonna go over to the space time thing. That's fine. A lot of connection types, yes. Well, if there's anyone who can handle it, I can. Because we've made our it's what's cool is that basically these multiplayer peer functions are always the same. So most of the game, like this network file is the only file we have to touch. Meaning just menus and network. The rest of the game, like you can build independently of your connection method. As I've proven when I just had eNet and Tube WebRTC. I should grow a beard. A lot of like game devs have beards so that I can stroke my beard like I'm doing currently. This does help me think. Another reason I stream is that it helps me think sometimes. Just talking out my problem. The dev board beard, the beard produced productivity by plus 25. Legendary asset. The problem is that my beard comes in really uneven and kind of scraggly, and like there's probably no hope for me to. I do have some stubble today, so it is effective in terms of a small buff, maybe plus two. So yeah, is game dev a good career path according to me? Um, it's tough right now because the industry is in a state where uh, a lot of like studios are laying people off, and there's some downturn, and it's tough because the game industry and games in general are luxury spending. So in times of hardship, you could see that the game spending will go down. Like for example, the hardest hit segment of the game industry right now is VR, and VR is expensive, and people have chosen not to waste money on buying VR headsets, or there's just enough people that can afford one that have bought one already, and there's just not enough uptake on those. So the VR games have been wiped out. Like the VR studios have been wiped out. If you look at the numbers, they couldn't survive on the smaller market. Now mobile dev, yeah, mobile's bigger. Yeah, everyone forgot about it, but I've looked at the numbers. I used to play a lot of VR. I haven't touched my headsets in like 2 years. I have a pretty expensive headset and I don't use it. Um, Career path, I don't know. I feel like you can make it. You can make it work, but if you have a regular source of income that is non-game related, you should keep it and try to do games on the side. Your progress will not be as fast, but it's much safer. I don't think game dev is a safe career right now. It might change. Might be ways to do that. And no studios are hiring for Godot engineers yet because Godot is so new. It hasn't really. But I think that will change too. And when it does change, I plan to be ready to switch. You know, once studios start offering keep jobs with Godot experience, but we'll see. It's not a. I think it's possible. It's hard. Hyper casual. Yeah, hyper casual mobile games. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely where a lot of money is, and if you can make something that like the Roblox kids like to play, that's not the kind of games that I try to make in terms of my personal experience. So it's hard for me to make that type of game because I don't necessarily get excited about it. But yeah, it's something you could do. Ugh, Vercel. I mean, university students, data science. I don't know why I was thinking about learning some skills. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to do something you don't like to do. I would try to find something that you like. I tried to force myself to do like machine learning and AI, and I could not because it's not something I like. I like games more. So I kind of relate to you, but doing something that is marketable is important. I would hate to making a game like that. Damn, it's a prototype. Yeah, yeah. I mean, you could see what happens on a mobile launch. I think you could target mobile. I think you got to kind of build mobile first, right? Because there's a lot of restrictions, not just in technical terms, but like input and everything. Am I an indie game dev? I don't think. I mean, I'm not an official indie game dev. I'm more of a hobby game dev because I do this mostly for fun and to educate and to help others. I do not do it for income. I have a regular software engineering job that takes a lot of my time. I'm trying to think about, have you published any games? I have not. I canceled a game and I have not finished that many games. I finished a couple of Game Jam games. And so the only thing I'm really an expert on is Godot multiplayer. There's some cute little games here. This one's really fun, the Beholder's Brew. And you can see my first games are in 2D. My first 3D game, yes, roughly in chronological order. Small games and launch on Steam, and it does. I mean, yeah, if you can launch something, that's fine. Just go for it. It's not hard. Some you can get to. You can take any path that works for you. I don't know. I want to launch something on Steam one day. It's like I feel like I'm kind of far out from it right now because I don't I don't have a plan. And YouTube is a lot of work too, so I'm kind of focusing on. Let's say I want to learn a programming language, which one like I should pick? I mean, a lot of people will tell you different things, so I would learn a programming language. I would put time into a programming language. Python is usually the choice. Hello, how's it going? Salmon Amanek Official. I can't say your name. It's like Maniac or something. We are just trying to figure out what we're gonna work on. I don't know. Am I gonna work on this? Am I gonna add like Steam or something? All right, let's see which ones work. So this one works. This one works. This one works. Should we do one for eNet Local? I feel like we shouldn't. enet relay. Let's just call it local because they'll use relay if they're going to do. Oh, you can't have these spaced. That's fine. We have to have a readme here. All right, enet local, enet relay. Wait, I just copied this. What am I doing? Python is easier to learn, so everyone's choosing Python. That's why it's oversaturated. I read that on ChatGPT. I don't think that's true, and ChatGPT is full of shit. You should honestly not listen to AI for literally anything. Unless, I don't know, it can be helpful, I guess, sometimes, but it's more misinformation. The best thing about AI is you have no idea when it's wrong because you're going there to get information. So you're only going to find out that it's wrong later on. Just kind of bad. I mean, I don't even know. I trust AI with like random tasks, and it just kind of looks wrong, and I'm not sure if it's wrong or not. And I'm like, I don't know, fuck it, and kind of move on. It is easy. I mean, GD script in Godot is based on Python. It is very easy to learn. How do we document these? What if we had a table? I like tables. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, so we say peer, description, source. That's how we want to do it. Okay. And if I was in VS Code, this would auto format. So let's jump over there. Code. Good skedaddling. Yes. Nice meeting you and advice. Yeah, check on some of the stuff and we'll be around. Thank you. Thank you. We'll be here off and on some days and some nights. And we're gonna polish up this multi-peer thing, and I think it'll be pretty cool to throw this out there on the YouTube. Just like that. Because who doesn't want to connect 8 different ways in one project? I think I might be the only person on the planet. Mm, do I want to do Steam? I really don't want to do Steam. It can't be that hard, right? I've got to pay $100 one day. I'm a good typist, everyone. I want you guys to know that. In this economy, $100, yeah, that's why I fucking invented all this other WebRTC stuff, so I didn't have to pay for a server or pay Steam any money. That's actually, I'm a cheapskate, is why I got into all this stuff. If I just paid my $100 and was on my way, I wouldn't have 8 peers in the same fucking project. Uh, should we go to the Godot docs here? Do they have Godot docs? Uh, quick start guides. That's a lot of fucking shit. They do not have a Godot project, but I know I've seen somebody doing it in Godot. Um, I'm not asking AI chat. Where is this thing in open source or anything? I don't think it is. I think it's no GitHub or anything, right? There it is. We're gonna just do this. Boom. Yeah, baby. Looks nice. $100, huh? I don't think we have to pay $100. We can use like Space Wars ID or whatever, but such a pain in the butt to do this. Do I really want to? They're fucking. Oh my lord. Do we want to do this to ourselves? Interesting. Bip and Bits. Stout. Talking about a bad name for a tool. Stout. As a Discord competitor. That is one of the like the weakest things about Godot is like I'm used to it now, but it is a terrible name. It is a very bad name, and the brand is bad. It is actively bad and probably inhibited a lot of its growth, honestly, because people are like, I don't know how to say that word. Godot. Bracky's even memes on it in his first video introducing Godot. It's pretty funny. Yeah, send a text message here. Godot is much more appealing because GDScript is more intuitive to me as a non-programmer. I agree with you. Learn Python. My favorite is when I'm using voice chat to search something. Yeah, it doesn't know. Like, oh, that's interesting if you use voice chat. Yeah. And yeah, I mean, one of the best things about Godot is that, you're not using a lot of the language features. You're actually using a lot of the engine features. So when you declare like a camera, you know that camera has all these things like you just have to press dot. This is not coding. This is just using the available nodes. And if I put 0 in here, it should work too, right? Oh, that's cool. Because 0 and 1. But if I put 3, that still works. That's weird. Yeah, I mean, it's got a bool right there. And then you want to learn about the viewport, you just use any of these functions. This is not that hard in terms of the actual scripting because menu.hide, add, text, hide, set, text, current. Like this is barely programming. This is if this text, if this hide. Like none of these functions is more than 4 lines. I mean, I think C Sharp brings some standardization and people who enjoy classes and objects and I don't know. There are C Sharp enjoyers out there and they really like using it with Godot, but it's a layer of abstraction. Notably, Slay the Spire was built in C Sharp primarily. Slay the Spire 2. I don't know. What else? All right, let's take a vote in the chat. Let's type one if I should do Steam today, or two if I should do something. If I should do, I don't know what the vote is. Let's do. Fuck. I don't want to do Steam. I don't know why. Maybe I should do it because it's hard. Maybe I should just like push through it. I think I would. I think I could. I think I should. I think I should push through it because then I'll be able to answer questions about Steam, and everyone asks questions about Steam. Let's see me sweat. I'm already sweating. Look at all these fucking extensions. Just remove the deprecated ones, you fucks. This Godot Steam stuff pisses me off to no end. I'm so sorry. Is there no way to remove a plugin? Okay. Why are there two different ones? I'm already mad. Let this guy. Let's just. All right. One thing before we start, back up. I will want to reverse this shit for sure. All right, we have GitHub'd ourselves. Ugh, this hurts. This might be that. It might not be that bad. I might be. I'm sure I'm dreading it, but for no reason. Okay. We are going to take a super brief break to change our water. You know, stretch the water, change the legs, fill the legs. Okay, I can't do it. I'll be right back. Oh. Don't trust us, we are idiots. Look, man, I'm an idiot too. I'm just an idiot with slightly more experience. Mmm, good soup. Okay. Who the fuck is Espresso Bits? Why do I recognize that? Who are they? Oh, is this Espresso Bits? Yeah, cool. Cool. Okay. In the weeds. We're gonna get this done today. We're gonna do it. Okay. Look, I don't understand this at all. Like, why do I want to compile at all? Like, I get it. I understand, like, these are the benefits of compiling. What if I just want to use the thing? Getting started. Precompiled plugin. Okay. Precompiled editor template builds are zipped up with everything you need to start work. Plugins are not much different, so they use the regular. Okay. Okay. That's fine. Okay. So I want the plugin. I've already established this. Now give me the fucking tutorial. It's a lot of shit. This is a placeholder. I'm going to write this fucking tutorial. That's what I'm going to do. I don't want a video tutorial. I want a fucking text tutorial like the actual Godot docs. Okay, here we go. Let's listen. Let's just read this shit. Let's get this right. Who's this? Oh my. Okay. Okay. Different. Very different. Let's go back to the tutorial. It's good information, but I already know these, my friends. I already know these. Cool, cool. All right, let's go. We're halfway through the tutorial and we're introducing Steam Multiplayer Peer. $100 per game. Okay. Okay. I think I'm regretting this already. Oh. I installed the server? Why would I install the server? It didn't even say server. I swear to God. Yeah, it does say server right there, doesn't it? It's not a plugin. These 2 unrestricted accounts. Cool, create lobby. I think this is good. I think I'm okay now. Mentally, not okay. Physically, not okay. Project settings, globals, plugins, it's not there. It's just not there, everyone. Why the fuck is it not there? Oh, it's an extension. It's not a plugin. Okay, so now Godot Steam Multiplayer Peer. Where is that package? This one. It is the Espresso Bits one. 3 months ago. It's relatively good. Okay, we have pause development. I was probably try using Godot Steam. So where's the multiplayer peer, guys? Come on, man. This is just not right. I have to watch a video, I guess. I really don't want to, though. I want a text-based tutorial.
Hello everyone, in this tutorial, I'll show you how to implement Steam networking in Godot 4. To get started, first head over to this link which will be in the description down below. Then click on the appropriate link that matches your operating system. Next you have this file, right click, and extract. Hey, while that's extracting, please consider hitting that big red button. Now once that's extracted, go to open up that folder.
No,
Check out the name so you can see it better. Select the editor.
Don't let me be like this.
Once in there, go to create a new scene. Let's go to add a new script.
2 months ago, wow.
We're going to need a few variables, one of which being our lobby ID. So we'll create a lobby ID. This will be an integer, initialized to 0. Next will be our peer, so variable peer. This will be a Steam multiplayer peer type. And please consider hitting that big red button. Now once that's extracted, go to open up that folder. Down below. Then click on the appropriate link that matches below. Then, hello everyone, in this tutorial, I'll be showing you how to implement Steam networking in Godot 4. To get started, first over to this link which will be in the description down below.
Multiplayer Peer is a separate release. Wow, I'm so excited about that. Damn, this thing's huge. 290 MB. Woo! So where did he put it?
Well, then click on the appropriate link that matches your operating system. Now you should have this file, right click, and extract. Hey, well that's extracting. Please consider hitting that big red button. Now once that's extracted, go to open up that folder. Drag out the names so you can see it better. Select the editor.win64. Go to create new project. Once in there, go to create a new scene. I'm just gonna call it name. Let's go to add a new script. We're gonna need a few variables, one of which being our lobby ID. So we'll create a lobby
Why did he
ID.
didn't put it anywhere?
New scene. I'm just gonna call it name. Let's go to add a new script. We're gonna need a few variables, one of which being our lobby ID. So we'll create a lobby ID. This will be an integer, initialized to 0. Next will be our peer, so variable peer. This will be a Steam multiplayer peer type, and we won't initialize it to anything right now. Next will be our player scene, so our player object itself. And since we want to set this from the inspector, we'll do export variable player scene. Set this to be a packed scene. Finally, we'll just have a variable saying if we are the host or not. So variable is host. This will just be a boolean dot lobby type public. And if our results equal new our peer dot get node str id dot q 3. Now we need a way to actually call these functions, so we'll go to connect them to our multiplayer. So multiplayer dot peer connected dot connect add player, then multiplayer dot peer disconnected dot connect remove player. We also need to create a player for ourselves, so we'll just go ahead and call add player once. We also need our lobby created function to be called, so go ahead and connect it to our Steam. So Steam dot lobby created dot connect on lobby created. Next, we need a way to call our host lobby function, so it's going to create a button. This will be our host button. And we'll just say host on it. Go connect it to button press to main. Inside here, we'll just call host lobby. Now let's quickly jump over to our player scene. Nothing fancy here. I just have a WASD controlled 2D player. We do, however, need to make a few modifications for this to be suitable for multiplayer. First, once we've entered the tree, we'll set multiplayer authority to be our name dot to int. And since we only want to be reading input if we own the player, we'll check if not is multiplayer authority. If it's not, we'll just return. So we don't read any input. We'll also need a multiplayer synchronizer so we can synchronize specific properties of our player. So multiplayer synchronizer. We'll synchronize just our position for now. However, you can synchronize as many properties as you would like. So position. Back to our main scene now. We need to add a multiplayer spawner, assigning our path to be the main scene. And instead of our auto spawn list, add our player scene. And finally, we need to go to our main and drag and drop our player scene into the player scene variable that we set before in here. And now, if we run the game, you see that Steam has initialized. When we press host, we'll spawn in our host player. Finally, we just need a way to join the lobby. It'll be very similar to our host lobby functionality. So we'll create a function called join lobby. This time, however, we need to pass in our lobby ID. So lobby ID as an integer. Then we'll call Steam.
Where did he put the thing?
Passing in our lobby ID. Now we need to run some code when we join the lobby. So function on lobby join.
Am I crazy?
4 arguments, for which being our lobby ID. So lobby ID as an integer. Next will be our permissions. If it's blocked, and response. For the sake of this tutorial, we'll just be using the lobby ID argument. Next, we'll set our
What the fuck is this?
lobby ID to be that of the lobby ID passed in as the argument. We'll be setting our peer to be Steam multiplayer peer dot new. Set as a relay. Next, we'll create a client.
What the fuck is going on?
Client. We need to pass in the lobby owner ID. So Steam.
It's a whole fucking Godot editor.
And then pass.
What? Is there no way around that? No wonder I didn't want to do this. Here it is. Okay. So this is why they want you to pre-compile this fucker. Because it's a whole editor. I guess that makes sense. Makes sense. That's why it's pre-compiled. And why it's so huge is it's a whole Godot editor. Do you think our project's gonna work in like an alternative You think it's gonna work in like? If I like any of this. Okay, we'll try it. That tracks. I gotta downgrade my project. I don't know why it always asks me to access my microphone. I don't get that. What the fuck? What the hell are all those booty things? Jesus. I got some weird ass booty dance. Is this Godot? This is a lot of Godot. We are the Godot expert here. Audio input. We're having a great day today. How the fuck does this work? Oh, enable input. It's off. Interesting. I just got Godot yesterday. Wow, you got Godot. Yay. Welcome. It's a great time over here. It's a great, easy to learn engine. Very productive, very useful. Today we are implementing Steam. I don't understand why I'm getting axed. Audio capture. If you're exporting your game, sure. Ooh, we are so much in the weeds. Sometimes we get into the weeds. Let's try WebRTC. Create. We're doing some multiplayer today. Totally on level now. Oh yeah, you got it. You can make your MMO, your RTS MMO. That sounds like a fun combo. We have the world's most boring enemies. Why is my movement so smooth? It's just the basic movement. It comes with the engine. My movement is choppy. Can I fix it? What type of movement is it? 2D, 3D? That's probably in your player script, because when you have a physics process, you've got to make sure you use a good player script. One thing you can do is you can go to the asset library and you can like search for FPS asset, like a simple I think this guy Gino, he's got a couple of good ones, like this simple first person controller. And you can try that out because they come with like a little demo level you can run around in. So I like his tools. And then once you have this in your project, you can drop a player in and see if that's still choppy. And if it's not choppy, you can look at what he does to fix yours. So the asset tab is up here at the top. You search for simple state machine, simple first person. That should come up. Nope. Simple state machine. This one. They've done a good job here. So you can try this one out. Perfect. I don't think it's the map. I think it's the code. That's what I said, is to use the one from the asset store. And you run around using that one. And you can add a player from the asset store to your scene. It's not related to the world. They have a test world in there that you can use the test individual scene button up here in the right. And then you can test their asset, is what I'm trying to tell you. Don't You have to test somebody else's code to know that your code is not right. And yes, yeah, you can easily fuck up camera stuff. Camera stuff is really hard. You've got to get that right because it's important for it to feel right. It should not feel jittery. It should not feel rough. All right, we have it. I don't like this particular code, but that's okay. I'm going to remove the remote. Get remote V. I'm going to delete origin. Get remote capital D origin. Remove. It's remove. Get remote. Remove origin. Get remote dash V. Nothing. Perfect. GitHub. New repository. A project with 8 multiplayer peers. 8 ways to connect. Hilarious. It's good that we split this off because it's just something different. It's so different. I think we can just do this. We can just copy this init. Get add Steam and regress to 4.5. All right. We have nothing to push to. We're going to get checkout in main. Okay. And now watch this. We are going to get rebase, or we're going to get merge. Get merge. Universal peer menu. Get merge. Universal peer menu. Okay. Don't do this at home, friends. Boom. Push. Ain't no remote. Get remote, add, name, origin. This one. Beep. Get push F. Perfect. I know just enough get to get by. Just enough get to get by. Feels like it pushed up the dist folder. It did not. I'm happy. I'm smiling. I'm smile. I'm so happy. What the fuck? Something went weird there. I'm number 2. Goodbye. He doesn't get removed. Oh, why? Oh, took a second to clear that ass up. That's weird. I wonder if there's a way to do that better. Oh god, the little X is off center. No, because we don't have offset anymore. That's fine. Oh, pour me another drink and punch me in the face. Say you can call me Nancy. Every man has a symbol. I know I have mine. Got my right hand. Let's get copyright strike. Me in the face. You can call me Nancy. I got my right hand stabbed in a concentration camp where my organ screams, slow down, man. Does anyone know how to play music without having it to the VOD? Is that's a thing, right? Dun. Okay, it's fixed, but it feels too fast for my horror game. Yeah, you have to tune all the values on the player. So if you put the player in, and then you select this top level thing, and you go over to the right, there should be a bunch of like acceleration and values that you can tweak, turn it down, make it harder, slower. It's a ton of like sensitivity and all that in there. on that thing that I gave you. Okay, Steam Pier. We can do this, Andrew. Giddy up. Yeah, let's do it like that. That's better. All right, this is fun now. Jesus Christ, girl. Someone's gonna help me drink. Jesus Christ. Someone's gonna help me there. Shaman gave a little too much to me. Never. Can you guys hear that? Oh, I think you guys can't. That makes sense. Okay, let's put it on. Let's put it on two. There we go. We got a little music. If you don't like the music, that's fine. You can tell me. But what I'm trying to do is make sure I don't send this across the wire to the VOD track. Whew. Oh, this is all grayed out. I'm not really sure if I care about. Whatever. Very interesting emotes you have. I would like to abuse. All right, we've done all that. Okay, Andrew, get this going. Okay, created host lobby. On lobby created. So where's that? The question is, where's this signal connected on lobby created? He doesn't connect that. Is it just like? Oh, there it is. Steam lobby created. Okay. Let's do it. This is Steam is a global though. It says Steam dot init relay access. What's up, Pixel Forge? Me again. It's me too. I'm here too. Steam lobby type. I got confused. Steam lobby type dot public. Wait, is it public or that's fine? I don't know about that. Maybe that yeah, actually public's fine, whatever. Because we're gonna use join codes, I think. This is the tutorial I followed. Yeah, it's a good one. It's only 2 months old. Pretty new tutorial. Yeah, it was made in December or 3 months old. Another drink. Yeah, it looks solid. Was it status? Result. Okay. Result. Okay. We can say session ID. I think we have a session. What is it? We've got a var that just tracks this fucking shit, right? Current session. Current session ID equal lobby ID. What's up, PC head? What are we working on? We're putting Steam in our game. We are doing that following a tutorial that already exists and we know works. Why is Steam create lobby not a Steam? G's ripped. Look, he's got it just like Steam, just like that. But I opened this in the wrong. There it is. Steam dot create what? What am I not missing here? Oh, there it is. Create lobby. It was capital and not underscore. Of course. No problem. Result not confirmed in the poop poop beep. So we need two things. Result is an int. Lobby ID is a int. Love it. What else? Health lobby. That's done. Peer. I don't know. Oh, we can say the Steam peer. Steam underscore peer equal the Steam multiplayer peer dot new. Done. It's that simple. This sucks. It's an int. Can we cast it to string? No one will know. Oh. Pour me another drink. Integration for multiplayer. That's right. But this isn't your average Steam multiplayer experience. This is the ultimate peer list. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different peers you can choose from. And they all work. Yeah, you can have any peer you want. I've got a whole enum of peers and a case statement to decide how you boot them up. I am not going to create a game called Space War. Lamau. That's just avoiding paying $100. Space War. I might end up paying $100, but I don't have a good game idea right now. Yeah, that's all we need really. But we need to keep. So is joining. So when you join lobby and then on lobby joined, you could use signals to do this better. This doesn't look right to me. How do I slow in-air movement speed? You got to look in there somewhere. You could also turn down physics, I guess. Physics is a global setting in Godot. I think there's like a whole jump like curve in there, the jump. I would look at your jump function in there. This works fine. I need to end. We need to join node, join Steam, and then where this is going to be a lobby ID, and it's going to be a string. It's going to be a session ID. But the reason why we want it to be we need to cast it to int. Join lobby Steam dot join lobby. So it looks like the hard part about this is just the download of the. I'm on Twitch too. It's the same name. You can watch either one. Help me I'm gonna turn down the music a little. It's probably a little loud on y'all end. Oh, stretch. Let's do a stand. Oh, I'm so sore from exercising. Make sure you get your water. Got to stretch the water, fill the legs. We're standing now. Because my reality is realer than yours, then there's no like the present. There's a black dog on the bed. Backyard. To burn my only clothes. And the dog ran out and said, God. We can go 2 int here, right? Done. You might be right. Host lobby is host. True. Do we need to know that? Oh, Miro. Oh, that's right. Yeah, they recognize your name now. You're the one working on the like the Daredevil like audio game that we were in the Godot channel with. That's cool. Yeah, so doing Steam has not been that bad. It's been a little annoying. Okay, so we haven't done this yet. This part. We just did the peer. So let's go ahead and do this. Created, let's say peer, Steam underscore peer, server relay equal true. Peer, Steam peer, create host. And we don't need that. And then we say all of these are the same, right? Multiplayer peer. We do need to say multiplayer peer. Steam peer. This is okay. This is going all right. I'm okay. I'm gonna make it. Add player. Yep, that's typical. That's where you wouldn't want to be my muse. It looks right to me. The only issue is we have to have a real Steam account to test this. He's got a laptop. It works pretty good. That's pretty nice. I'm not going to say it's bad. I'm going to say it's good. Did we do this? I don't think we did this. Or did we do it? We did it up here, right? No. What is this 480 thing? Steam initialize Steam 480. What does that do? Just tells us something? Steam init. We're going to call it. I don't know what it does. I don't care what it does. Looks good. Mm-hmm. Anyone like speed slashers? Speed slasher? What's a speed slasher? What type of game is that? Like a fast-paced FPS or? Oh, that's a long set of permissions I didn't do yet. Lobby ID. Join Steam. On Steam joined, I have all this stuff. Lobby ID and permissions and locked and response. They like it's here. And we need to say we're not going to use any of these. That's terrible. Do 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 do. What I have to do relay here too? Okay, I guess. We need a Steam ID. The Steam ID is steam.getLobbyOwner. Lobby ID. And then that's it. It looks like we don't need any of these, so let's put underscore underscore. Are you on? Your weapon is a yo-yo. That's hella tight. I really like that idea. You've got some really cool ideas, Miro. A yo-yo weapon with a movement shooter. Yeah, movement shooters are very popular right now, and they're probably pretty good to do in Godot. I think you have a promising set of options. Sounds fun. You know what would be cool is if the yo-yo also had a grappling hook to aid in your movement. You know, like it does already. Oh, you're ahead of the game. I can't tell you anything. You're too good. Very fun. Yeah, I found that a grappling hook is pretty hard to program. So if you can get that going, then you know. I saw a user create like a really cool grappling hook on the Godot Reddit. And I really wanted to borrow his code, but he didn't post it. Very disappointed. Grappling hook seems really hard. I did a game with a grappling hook back in the day. You can extend the rope or pull it with scroll wheel. Interesting. That seems like, would that be a little slow? I'm kind of interested to see how that would work. But you can like, oh, so you can make your yo-yo longer. So if you wanted to scroll it out, that's a cool technique. That sounds super fun. You have to come back when it's ready to test. I'll test a build for you. You can put it on an itch if you can. That'd be fun too. Rope physics. Yeah. How do you, oh, man, that sounds really complex, but really fun. So it's probably worth it. A lot of tutorials. Yeah, I bet. There's some cool rope function. There's some rope physics tutorials out there I've used before. They do a pretty decent job, but wait, I don't understand what this means. What the fuck did he do here? I think this is a true. No, don't do this. Someone will ask for multiplayer, then I'll quit game dev. You can do multiplayer using my tutorials. You don't have to quit. I'll ask for multiplayer. I'll code your multiplayer for you. You make the game, I'll multiplayer it for you. It's not that hard. I've done multiplayer physics. I mean, it is not easy, but it's done. It's doable. I've got a demo where you can manipulate ropes. You just have to find the right variables to sync. But yeah, replicating it could be a challenge, you're right. Unless it's just really, really impossible. Skywalk is back with the smoking Elon once again. Welcome back, friend. Today we are coding up a project in which you can connect with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're going to do 8 different peers. Some of them aren't enabled, but you can do local, relay, WebRTC, WebSockets, Godot, Steam, Spacetime DB, and Epic Online Services. So we'll uncomment that one. We'll definitely do it. So you can sign in with all these. Made monsters out of the ground. Is this the way, like the shooting survivors type game where you check it out? Hell yeah, look at that. Oh, here they come. Oh my god, they're coming up right next to you. It's scary. Where's your dashes? There you go. There's one. You're gonna die. Looking good. Tomahawk. Oh, there's a friend. You got a friend there. A little ally, it looks like. Damn. This is wild looking. Looking good. You got some extra polish. Looks fun. Move speed. That's what you selected there. And that's a big X, like a scary ability. That's cool. Oh, it got darkness. Shark. You picked shark. Very cool. Looking good. I like your health bar. Your UI is good. It's a lot of shit though on these statuses, I guess, above these monsters. It's kind of hard to parse. I don't know if that's adding the right information there. If that's in the right location or not. I think it looks good, but it's kind of a lot. You know, there's a lot, like, it's kind of interesting, isn't it? I'm wondering if that could be smaller and maybe just the color. Or it would be almost interesting if you kept like a running tally of how many, I guess that would be bleed that you have currently. Like instead of showing the bleed on the enemies, just show how many bleed stacks you have deployed somewhere in the UI. You don't have to take any of these suggestions. It's just like this one, like here is just loaded up at like Christmas tree, and that's cool. That's exciting, I think. But I'm wondering if you couldn't um make them look more like a health bar. Like, what if it was a bar that's under the health bar that just got filled up with colors or something? And then you had like kind of a legend over here, like another place in the visuals of the currently status. Yeah, like it just seems like a lot. Like I'm playing against icons rather than enemies. Which I mean I do like it. I think the health bars look great. I really think you've done good with there, but like I would keep the health bars and just yeah, they look great. But I can't read the health bars with all that status on them. But I still want to see like the status somehow. I think you got a cool thing going though. Don't take my suggestions as anything less than just trying to be helpful. Very cool though. Thanks for sharing again. Yeah, it's really awesome work. Glad to see you're still jamming there. I couldn't finish my game, so I quit and I started making tutorials. Canceled my game. And I'm having much more fun just teaching people rather than Steam is not initialized. So I have to have like Steam open or something? What do you guys think? Can I can give you a game suggestion. Yeah, I'll take game suggestions, but I canceled my game because I suck at game. No, I don't suck. I just couldn't find something that was engaging for players, like a good theme or a good idea. It's funny because I have lots of ideas. I just never, I don't know, never gotten all the way to a completion on a project. What is, let's try that. Steam. Steam initialized true. Okay, it's true. Now, if I close Steam, okay, I'm gonna quit Steam. Will it be false? False. There we go. Very cool. I like that a lot. You can make a game where parents can upload children's drawings, and the drawings are sliced user characters in the game. Many educational games. Oh, interesting. Very cool. Yeah, it kind of fixed it by lowering the max desired speed. Interesting. Yeah, look at the jump functions though, and the in-air velocity and stuff like that. You might, if you were talking about the jump, but yeah, there's lots of little settings you can play with and get what you need in there. So I'm glad that's helping you, Mister Bloodbat. Bloodbath. Ah, yeah, yeah. I see your name now. I will be briefly back. Let's put on some pure comedy. It's fucking albums. I'm sure I had this on recently. Oh, there we go. He's got a new single. That's cool. The comedy of man starts. How does one make a ladder? Uh, I think I saw on Reddit the Godot procedural animation. Yeah, it's pretty easy now. There was a guy who made a ladder demo. I don't think I saved it. It's kind of cool. Some people Post some. There it is. I don't know how to do a ladder. Basic showcase of a momentum-based yo. Just see the yo-yo. Let's go. Hold on a sec. Of course you can. Yeah. Okay, let's look at this. I'm gonna rewind it. Hold on for that distraction. Oh yeah, there you go. He pulled himself with the yo-yo. Did you use the what? Did you use a first-person controller like a preset or did you use the library thing? Okay, so you're scrolling your mouse wheel to swing yourself up, huh? Is that right? He does not look like. Oh, he did take some damage. Okay, interesting. Can you hold the yo-yo out there so that it? No, you did not. You did use. You did not use any assets, or you coded all this by yourself. It's crazy. So I was just talking about the first person. I like this first person state machine one. Simple state machine first person controller by GA. This guy creates some incredibly good assets. But I'll be right back. I gotta get a little bit of stay hydrated. Gotta stretch the water, refill the legs. Alrighty. Small tabletop game, real clone and digital input is shoppers of 10 minutes. Like the first bot email. Yeah, that's no fun. That's cool though to have a. Oh, you're gonna have a multiplayer for that. I will. I think I'm gonna take a short bricky break, just a small bricky break. Two, 3 to 4 minutes. So I'm sorry I'm in and out here, but be right back. Three. I don't know. Something like that. Solo versus AI local. Yeah. WebRTC2 plugin. Let's go, Tube. Yeah, we are working on a new peer test where you can connect with 7 different peers, including Tube. The WebRTC one is via Tube. So it's pretty cool. I'll be right back though. Glad you're using that. I'm glad you're finding it useful. Water refill. Back at it again at the Krispy Kreme. We had some nice lunch. Get this fucking shit done. Turn this off. Turn that off. Oh my god. All right. What is the game name on? Yeah. Multiplayer added quite a bit of complexity on top of everything, even though it's a simple use case. Yes, you need to make a few RPCs. That is it. Yeah, turn-based is not too bad. I wonder if this session is still joinable. It's not. Oh, it is. Holy shit. That's pretty cool. The persistence of the lobby is strong. Because I went AFK for over 15 minutes and it was still up. I could just leave and come back too. That is very nice. How many years have you in Godot? Like 2.5, 3 years maybe. I don't know. I started a little over 2 years ago. I started with Godot. I think like 3.8 or 3.9, and then we went to right before 4.0 came out. And when 4.0 came out, I was pretty excited. Around the time of the Unity crisis. A lot of people switched at that point. But I never did Unity because Unity I found to be really verbose and clunky. And Godot is lightweight and super fast. So it made stuff like this real simple. So what we're doing today is we are making a way to connect with 8 different peers. eNet Local, eNet Relay, WebRTC, WebSockets, Godot Steam, Epic, and Spacetime DB. So we just finished our Steam initialization. What we need to do now is get another Steam account and test it. Which is pretty annoying, to be honest. It is pretty annoying to have to boot up a second machine to do this, but I will do it. Sacrifice. Trying to think about the best way to sacrifice this time sink. We're gonna do it like that. Should we do equals false? Feels fine, right? Push warning. What is this stupid microphone thing that keeps popping up? I'm pretty upset with that. Just talking about how good Godot is, and it does this one thing kind of wrong. Steam ready. Super. All right, what's next? What's next? We do want to test this, but I also really don't want to test it because I'm lazy, which is just a nice way to be. So let's open Steam and we'll see. We'll just look at the lobby code at least, you know? By the way, I was watching your tutorial about multi. Yeah, very informative. Good, thank you. I'm glad you're enjoying it. We're going to continue to make multiplayer content. That is what we do here. Oh, we didn't actually call the Steam function, huh? We have to call deferred. Yeah, this is fine. I'm glad we tested this. So we start Steam, and we don't want to call it. We want to join Steam. These are these could be in a map or better or something. Okay, so that is how that works. Now, the question I have is, can we init the peer here and just be like, I think we can get one line, just one line better, right? Let's do it like that. Just one line more streamlined. And then looks like this one is another line that is also streamlinable. By the way, hate the encode editor. That is always a preference. I think you can use VS Code, but I hate VS Code. So how about that? Right back at you. Last thing I want is a bloated browser to be. I still have a VS Code. I still use it. Just didn't say I have to like it. It does too much. VS Code is it built on VS Code built on Electron? What is it built on? Is it built on a browser of some sort? Ooh, gross. Excuse me. Godot is built on Godot. So Godot is actually a Godot game. Every time you boot up Godot, you are playing a Godot game. That's why all the menus and all the stuff are the same. So it's so nice. Best software on the planet. Can't beat Godot. Electron. Ugh. I think Godot apps are a underutilized thing, and we're going to be seeing a lot more things built in Godot in terms of apps. It's so like cross-platform, and I don't know that there's much holding it back in terms of like UI and stuff. Okay, so we have added our join function and we could go Godot Steam, create session. Where's that fucking thing? Didn't work. My address is already in use. What does that mean? So here's something that they did wrong. They connected both join and this right here. This is not right. We do this. Okay, let's try that. I might have to print some statements here. Boom, it worked. But where is the code? The code is not a string. I think there it is. Okay, perfect. So what we'll do in the player, and I know I'm moving really fast, but that's just how I work, is we'll go to our session label right here. Session ID. If it is not a string, we need to stringify this baby right there. And we need to stringify this baby right here. And we need to stringify this baby right there. Allow. I don't know what it's doing with this microphone thing, but now when we Godot Steam, we should see a big old number. I don't see the number, but I can copy it and paste it. Why isn't it displayed? So maybe because we didn't set the create session, Steam created, the result is right here. It is correct. This lobby ID. Let us print this. Print lobby ID. And we will do print s debug, comma, lobby ID. One more time. Steam create. I see it. Maybe you can allow, I don't know what's going on there because it happens on some subset of, it might be related to WebRTC. I don't know. We'll have to check that out. I'm kind of annoyed by it, but I looked up. So we're also using a custom distribution of Godot Steam. So we have to have this like not secure version because we have to get it from the Godot Steam website right here. These packages. So pretty annoying. See all these, we have to grab it from here. So we're actually using a forked version of Godot to implement Godot Steam, which I don't like, but it's easier than implementing it myself. Why would it not display the, oh, I know what I fucking did. I made something else, didn't I? Current session ID. There it is. I made it a string here. It's no longer a string. It's just that. It's a nothing. Create. Null. Really? Really? What do you think that means right there? I don't think we've done it. I think this needs to be a different signal. We do get the log. You see that log right down there? It says big ass number. When I am the player, though, why is this not the right thing? What do you think? Maybe it's null before. How do I get a player before? Oh, interesting. Okay, so basically, this signal. This is breaking my brain slightly because I think we add our player here. That's just not right. We add our player before our peer comes in. So what we need to do is we need to reverse this logic. We need to move this into here. this into here. This into here. What we're doing is called refactoring, everybody. If you've ever refactored, this is how you do it. And then we need to take the tube specific one, pull it off of this. So right there. Delete, delete, delete. Put it on the node specific one. This is good. This is much better, everyone. Don't worry. Don't you worry yourself. So start, 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 add player here. Now we'll get a giant number. We should see our Steam ID number in the top left of our screen. I expect this to work 100%. I am 100% sure that we shall see a string. Boom. There it is. Right there in that top box. Not Pro and Godot, but if you implemented A star, there's already A star. I can implement A star in 30 seconds. So start the timer when I get to the node, start the timer. Here we go. 3D. Ready? Navigation mesh. Navigation region 3D. Bring this to the top. Put this inside. Generated nav mesh. Sampling, geometry. Bake the nav mesh. Let's do parse geometry. Static. Where's our nav mesh? And then on our player, agent, navigation agent 3D, put it to the top. Pathfinding. Pathfinding algorithm, A star. Done. So navigation agent 3D is going to allow you to find distances, offset, where the navigation layer is, and you have currently one choice, which is A star. But if you open the documentation, you could set your own value here as long as it matches this algorithm. You could use it. There you go. So you can read up on navigation agents 3D. Neighbor distance. It can look for neighbors. So often you can do avoidance here. You can do avoidance enabled, and that will look at its neighbors and say, oh, you know, I want to be away from you guys. You can change the avoidance layer, the priority, the debug. You can do enabled to watch their paths. And I wonder why, and the reason I don't see the navigation mesh here is curious indeed. What if we said visible navigation? Play the game. Go to the local enet, create. I still don't see it. Not on the ground. Compatibility mode. I baked this thing. It doesn't like it though. Why doesn't it like it? Oh, I know. Because I didn't put the right nodes in there. So basically all these guys have to go in there. Boom. Now when I bake, we should see the mesh. We should see the mesh. We don't see the mesh. Fuck you. There we go. There's my mesh. Fuck yeah. Okay. So now we could see the AI travel this path here. There we go. And you can rebake if you have to move stuff. So a little over a minute or two. But now we can see all of our pathfinding algorithm here. Back to normal. What is this static body? Oh, these are the walls. So all we got was walls. That's why we couldn't see it. So we were just showing walls. These are geometry 3D. What do you call it? World boundary 3D. So just fence around the map so you don't lose players in the middle of nowhere. And delete this. Save. Hopefully that helped you a little bit. I know it was quick. Yo, what's up, Andrew? You're just drinking some coffee, making a universal menu of peers. We just implemented Steam in our Godot game. It kind of sucks, but it's something you can do. Here's Godot Steam initialized right there. Create. And now I could give you this Steam code right here. But I'm not going to do that because it's whack. I don't want to test it. I'm just going to say it works. I think it probably works. Does it work? I don't know. But we'll move on to the next pier. We're going to do 2 more piers. Because we have to finish, we have to do every pier. I don't know why it's asked for a microphone, but we're going to do ENET, Relay, WebRTC, WebSockets, Godot Steam, Epic Game Service, and Spacetime DB. I think we're going to do WebSockets next. Good thing is Steam will run with the all server relay costs. Yes, that's right. But what's cool is we also have relay through Node Tunnel, which is a Godot plugin here that does traffic. Spacetime DB is a new library where you can use server functions and syncing in the back end. It's in Rust. And I saw somebody doing Godot with it, so I think it'd be the hardest one to do. So we're not going to do it right away, but it's mostly for MMOs, but I'm kind of curious how it works. So we're going to put it in this project as well. And then I can say, oh, I've built the project that connects on the most different ways. It's pretty silly. So we can do ENET relay. So that's ENET relay. And what's bad about this is that I think if you disconnect, let's see if we disconnect the host. He should disappear. Oh, I can't shoot anymore because I have no host. I think I should get kicked. Now I can't move my mouse. It's weird. I am in the debug zone. Yeah, that's cool. So by far the most networked peer-to-peer project ever. Yes, so far. I might even be at that point already. Most ambitious. Yeah. Possibly. Let's say to do. Listen for host disconnect on relay peer, on relay host, and queue free. It is pretty ambitious. So we're going to do this one. Let's do free MP. Open this up. We'll grab this add-on. We're going to throw this add-on in here. We're going to right-click, show in file manager. Open this, add-ons, drop. Oops. That's not the right demo. Oh, I know that is the right one. Perfect. Okay, let me check in Git. So I have a Git. Okay, it's there. So because I used right click on there, I got the right project right here. Okay, so we want to then follow the example in the example project, which I think I can do that via this free. We don't have one. Let's do an import. Downloads. This one. Okay. We'll delete this later. I don't know why Godot keeps asking for my microphone. That's so weird. I gotta figure out what's wrong with Godot. Let me see if I can just find that. It's Godot just better? I don't know. Godot. Can I just like find a Godot? Is it a Mac bug? Yeah, it is. What if what if that worked right there? What if I just quit this? Wait. Quit. And then yeah, that worked. I'm so good. Okay. Um I have a lot of problems with Mac. It messes up the HDR. Yeah, HDR is an interesting one for sure. Yep. I'm glad I don't have to worry about those bugs right now. That is a tough one. Doing localhost. We just have so much Godot open. We can have many Godots. Look, this one's an older version. It looks like the theme is older. Look at the new theme over here. Let's get a little bit of zoom in. What I need to do is I need to do some eye drops because my fucking eyes are dying. Go to the streamer lights. I'll be right back. I promise. Okay. Okay. All right, we are halfway there. Mm-hmm. Get a humidifier? It's an interesting idea. I feel like a humidifiers are bad, right? I have really dry, chronic dry eye. So I spend 14 hours a day on the screen. Mm. Yeah, it's just a hoodie. I'm cold. Mm-hmm. Quick question: if I want to make a game in Godot and I want to learn from how to make a 3D game, I don't know how vectors work yet. How should I learn this quickly? Good question. Um, I may suggest that you should possibly start with a small 2D game and learn a little bit there. And the reason why that's a strong idea is that if you're working in 2D and you have something called a character body 2D, you can learn how vectors work when you move a 2D character. And then all the things will apply to the 3D character when you're ready to move on to that. It's just adding an extra vector. If you do feel like you can just handle a good character body, you can go to the asset library and you can look for this first person. I've been recommending state machine controller. So this guy Gino, if you look for this asset, might teach you a little bit how to use some not that one. Oh my god, I cannot believe I sent the wrong thing. Don't worry about that. So try this link. I'm sorry about that. Okay. Web dev here. Jumped into Godot and have a registration place. Want to be a local game with a remote database so I can log in from whatever device I want. Why is making HTTP requests a pain? Uh, yeah. I mean, let's talk about one at a time. I don't know that I agree that HTTP requests are a pain. I feel like they're not too bad. I just implemented one just recently. It doesn't feel. Do you have a favorite game? My favorite game of all time is Valheim. Good survival crafting. Love that game. What are we gonna do? We're gonna say a small 5 minutes how to align elements for the player. Is your player 2D or 3D? It doesn't matter actually. So to make a player UI, this is what I do: is I have a player in a 3D world. I don't know if your player's 3D or not, but same principles will apply. He's got a camera on him. So we're going to load up the elements on the camera. And to do that, we have this canvas layer here in the player. And if we go to 2D, you can see I have all of my UI elements kind of jumbled up there. But I have one in the center, one on the edges. And the way that I do this, I'll close this, is I go canvas layer. This creates like a 2D like workspace essentially. And then inside that, I do a control node like this. And then what I do is these layout pieces. You can look at these anchor presets on the right and these resize, horizontal expanding, vertical expanding. And so you just use a combination of these anchor presets And it's not easy. It's not easy. But what I like to do is I like to do full rect for my outer one. And then in that, I do a panel container. A panel is going to be a, a dark panel. Okay, so this is still okay for a 2D game because you can imagine we're looking down on there. But we have the full rect now, okay? But the panel is a complete solid one, but we want to use panel container because we want to have things like elements in the UI on that are inside these boxes. So now we have a panel container, and I can put a label like inside that and put in, so my text, or here's my HP, right? So that's there. Now, what this panel container can do is you go over to the layout again, and since it's inside here, we can choose anchors. And then if I want it in the top right, go to the top right. If I want it in the bottom right, so this is what I do. And then sometimes I want it on the center right for like some stuff over there. And I use vertical box container. I'm sure you could do a VBox container. And you put your stuff in there and you do this. And now what you can do is some separation here, like 12, like that. And you can use a margin container and you put that inside the panel container, or you put that outside the panel container. You can do it like this. So I go layout here, and let's swap it to the other side, center left. And then I'll put my panel container inside there. Oh wait, no, I'm goofed. Let's do it in here. Margin container. And now with my margin container, I go to theme overrides. It's a lot of this, 24, 24, 24. That's too much, 24, 24. There you go, that sort of thing. And then let's say we want this in the top left. We take this panel container, we say top left we make it a name, and then we top left it. And that's kind of how I do it. And then we have our 2D character, player body, character body 2D. Here he is. He's got a mesh, a texture rect. And it'll be there he is right there. That's a little too small. It's too big, obviously. Ignore size. So there we go. And now I'm going to move him in there, and now he's ready to play. Whee, here he goes. So that's kind of what I do. I don't understand his resources. You want JSON, I want a generic item, and it loads like this, health potion ID name. Yeah. That's a lot of stuff, yeah. You could do it in JSON if you understand that. But custom resources are going to be useful later on if you can figure out how to use them. I think there's going to be other tutorials. I can't help that much with custom tutorials. So, I mean, custom resources. I have used them, and I find them pretty nice. Delete all this. I love gunking up my demo project with okay, about UI, does have some kind of reactive approach to take data from. Yeah, you could build out your elements. So you just go like this. You go var control, let's say top left equal control node dot new. And then you literally go ahead and make sure this is that. And you can top left, anchor bottom, anchor right. Literally what you do. You just set anchor side left, side top right. And so you have to code it like this in the C#. And then top left, you say add child, top left. That's it. And then it looks like it needs another one side. And then you do that for everything. And then you say for item in items, or list, right? You say top left dot add child. and then I can say label.new var label. So I'm doing HP labels now. Label.text, item.value, and then var list. And if this is too much to do, then it is too much to do. Item 1, item 2. And I have done this before. I've done this for my lobby system. That what is the performance cost of this? You can do this as much as you want. It's really cheap. Almost no performance cost. And it's even faster in GDScript than it would be in C++ or Rust. Because C++ and Rust are both abstractions over GDScript, and GDScript is ultimately what gets executed by the engine. So your performance is actually going to be better with GDScript when adding, removing, and instantiating, new scene like player scene dot instantiate. This stuff is so much more direct if you're using GDScript. The only performance gain you're going to get is if you are using C++ for like procedural generation, or you're doing massive world generation or incredible processing. Like, you're not going to see benefits until you get way into those deep, like your own A star stuff. That's when anything that's just like pure math, you're going to get gains on C++. But anything that has to do with the engine, like creating and deleting and queue freeing elements and stuff like that, you're actually costing, because your C++ commands are being translated into G++. Your C# commands are being translated to GDScript before they're executed anyway, as far as I understand. Now, that is not exactly it. So when I drag my node to the scene, all behind the scenes, you're new, and it fills the values. I mean, yeah, I mean that is probably what it does when it instantiates a tree, right? So in our world forest, under the hood, it's got a call for each one of these things, and if you show this in file system, right, and you go to your scenes, and we find our environment, and we open up this in VS Code, it's literally probably just doing that, right? I'm sure there's some efficiencies here, but here are the nodes. So it would node to make a new, that's literally it right there. Just a scene probably just takes this information and loops through it and instantiates when it makes a scene. So yeah, that's what Stahlpringen, a long journey. I finally wondered if I could create a 2D RPG game. Yes, Godot is perfect for that. Godot is a great engine for lots and lots of purposes. What's this? It's funny. Boop. Okay, we got to figure out this WebSockets here. WebSocket. It says host input is going to be that. Use SSL account, strip edges, text, port input. Where does it take the port input? Port string. So I want to know about this thing. What does this do? Doesn't do anything useful. This is where the actual dealio is in this game. This is the demo project we're looking at. And it is like a little tank game. There's no shooting or anything in this game. Interesting. This is a lot of code. Interesting. There's no multiplayer synchronizer. Tofu the low food. You had a video pop off. Yeah. I mean, I don't think it really popped off, but yes, I had a lot of fun making it. I mean, I have a lot of fun doing this generally. So as long as we're having fun, as long as people are enjoying it, that's my mission. I'm not really worried about any of that. I know that guy. Yeah, of course you do. You're a regular. Yeah. I mean, people are people are pumped to see that. And now we're back in the weeds trying to make some multiplayer stuff work, and we are looking at, I think, a very complex implementation of WebSockets peer. And look at this. They are sending the position a parasocial relationship. Aren't we all in parasocial relationships? Me with you with me, chatters with their streamers, streamers with their chatters. No, I'm just kidding. Single player but remotely synced so stats and state can play from any device. Um, if it's single player, I mean that just sounds like a save system. But you could have like a snapshot saving system so that you could pick up from any device. And yeah, that sounds like you might want to use like custom resources and stuff like that. You could use HTTP server, like you said, item drop spawn locations. Yeah, I mean, if you're doing that, yeah, I don't recommend that because then you're doing multiplayer. Because whenever you have a server sending state and maintaining where things are, where things should be, or like they're requesting, you're automatically I just believe it's called backend synchronizer. Yeah, yeah. So VTOL, so you can see them on that YouTube right there. That they say that is technically backend synchronized. I think you could talk about it like that, but personally, I think you are now doing something where you have separated your visuals and your client from gameplay logic, and not all visuals and client. There's still like maybe the player and stuff is running there, but you're reaching out to the server and getting state from there and saving that. Some people are really good with that because they want to code more in the back end and they don't want to use the Godot engine for that stuff. But I would just do it all in Godot in my first project. I would just do as much as possible there to have one centralized location rather than splitting it into two projects. Yeah. I mean, you should definitely be looking at many YouTube tutorials. I learned to make an RPG like a 2D RPG versus a I can't speak. Heart Beast. I really enjoyed their Godot action RPG. This is a great video, and I think it's been updated. Yes. So this is how I got my start. And they teach you, I think, pretty much everything. And I was addicted to doing this, and my first game is basically built on top of what I learned there. I got really into that series. It'd be fun to like rewatch it and see how fast I could do it. But yeah, I think that this process playing this whole thing is like this is a fucking lot. I don't think we're gonna do it like this. Yeah, do a speed run of the tutorial. Yeah, I'm gonna do a speed run of my own stuff though. I wanted to say like, oh, how fast can I build a multiplayer project. Like Heartbeast stuff is, way deeper and way more interesting than the stuff I do. It's more focused on Godot fundamentals, but you need those things before you do multiplayer and stuff. But yeah, I mean, basically, the architecture with a backend that is providing game logic, you're just introducing complexity so early in your project. you know, because whenever you split your code over two projects, it's like microservices. Do you want to like have recode the same stuff in two different places, two different languages? Well, I have this function over here, but it needs to go and fetch an HTTP request and wait for a response before it can do something. Just call the function locally first. And then if you really want to add this backend thing, it can be just for like saving. Yeah, I'm kind of curious about something here. WebSockets. So we have a tutorial on using WebSockets. Excellent. Let's imagine you want to do WoW, but for 16 to 64 players, is it possible to go to Godot Enet? Um, so you want a peer-to-peer, because you say no server, you need a peer-to-peer sort of thing where you either have one host or a mesh. I think you could do it. It just wouldn't be easy, and you would not be able to have a lot of, let's say, PvE elements. If it's 16 to 64 players, you must limit it in terms of entities somewhere. And I don't know that you're going to need Go. Like, why would you could code your backend with Go and, do that whole thing, but you could also deploy a Godot server, like an Enet. And so I have on my blog a way to do that where you host a dedicated server on an EC2. I don't know. That's an interesting problem, and I think there are like 7 different ways I would tackle it. But anything is possible. But I'm trying to think about how I would do it. I don't know. I don't know. I want to make something with 50 players, something like that. I think I could do it, test it out. Yeah, Go because it's easy to learn. Honestly, if you're looking at making an MMO or a big type of game, like you should probably look into Spacetime DB because this has like any language, I believe. Let's see the docs. What kind of languages does it support? It's a relational database, some system that lets you run your application logic inside the database. You subscribe to data and moves things around. Like this is made for MMO type thing. Oh, here we go. Rust. I don't see that they have Go. It's interesting they've got a lot of web apps going. It's kind of cool. Pretty cool, pretty cool. See, they have an Unreal and a Unity tutorial. Basically, I think you send in inputs and you subscribe to like position and stuff like that. No thanks. That's fair. We accept that answer. Yeah, no Unity or Unreal. I'm saying Space Time and Godot. Um, there's this one guy who's doing Space Time and Godot. Okay, one dude. Oh, he's got a plug in here. He says it's not his. Oh, here it is. This person, yeah. Let's do this. Let's do this right now. I've already started the repo. Okay, let's add this. Fuck free multiplayer. I think we're gonna get rid of that weird add-on. I don't like it. And then it doesn't do real time anyway. What's wrong with free? I was talking about this. There's an add-on. I was saying there's an add-on called Free Multiplayer, and this person made this thing, and I don't want to advertise it. It's not very good. I mean, not. I don't want to bash it. I'm just saying it's not easy to use. I thought it was easy to use. It's cool. It's cool. It's a good concept, but I think the execution could use a little work because I opened up the project and it's literally hard coded. This entire thing is hard coded to not be compatible with any other project besides this one. Look, they're syncing every single position. This is not what you want to do because this is not composable. You want to use a high level multiplayer synchronizer. Yeah, I misunderstood. And it's also a bad, I mean, they still, like, not that they camped this name, but I think that this name is not. It's a misnomer. It's free, but it's not easy. Free and easy, you know. So we're gonna remove that. We were gonna do it because I thought it looked cool, but I think space time looks cooler. This looks like a very. I think we're gonna have to add a new player type though. Oh, they refer a link. No, thank you. Weird marketing tactics. I agree with that. They're not open source, but source available. Okay. I don't like their marketing. But it is cool. I think it's a cool tech. Okay, you get a down road. Feels kind of dishonest. Interesting though. Interesting. I feel like I'm learning. I feel like I'm learning. That's what we're here for, is learning. Okay, let's get rid of this. How are we going to do WebSockets? How are we going to do WebSockets? I think I could do WebSockets. All right, take a vote. Spacetime or WebSockets? Press 1 for WebSockets, 2 for spacetime. I don't really expect any answers, actually. Depending. It's all in Godot. But WebSockets looks like this. You process a thing and you pull. You're pulling on each frame. Yeah, it's going to be not exactly real time. So when we play the game, you're just going to like step. So it's going to look funny, but I think it's really funny. So when we go to eNet and we join, we're smooth moving across here. But I'll show you what the WebSockets implementation that they did works. You know, I kind of like said I wasn't going to do it, but FreeMP, if you do this and you go to the live demo, I believe I can join this in Chrome. All right. So we'll join this game here. There we go. So it didn't work there. Oh, it did. So I can look. I don't see him. Let's try it over here. This is nice that it works in the browser, but we already have what you see. Okay, see how they jitter? So you're the fact that it's like I'm smooth on the machine I'm controlling, but the other players will see me as jittering. And so we have a project that is like essentially the same. Yeah, you can ask any question you want. And our project is using a superior technology called WebRTC. We won't jitter like that when we join over here. I am here for questions. So we create a server and we have that. Let me paste that in. Come on, paste. I wonder why this paste doesn't work. F57MU. 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 Join. There we go. See how I'm smooth, baby. I'm smooth. So smooth. I haven't noticed you didn't use Git. Yes, I do use Git. It's right here. And I have a GitHub with all these projects on it. Which is better, touchscreen button or texture button? I don't know. I haven't done a whole lot with mobile, so I'm not equipped to answer that question. I guess touchscreen button, but you might need to look that up somewhere else or just test. My best advice is that you test it. You have a mobile device and you look at which one. You export to the mobile device often. Testing is your ticket to getting it right. Good luck. Yeah. Start WebSockets. How about this? Join WebSockets. Let's do WebSocket peer. This is weird. I've never done this, but this is where we are. Create server, port, and bind address string. Is this gonna work, everyone? Are you guys thinking this will work? Does that look like it would work? I don't think this is gonna work at all. I'm giving this like a 30% chance to work. Yeah, I use the SH. You got it. OM uh OMZ reload. Isn't there like a you can do neo fetch? I don't have that installed right now. Um, there you go. Pretty. And then I have a custom terminal set up. I use a terminal called Alacrity, which is like a cross-platform OpenGL built in Rust. It's pretty nice. There's some other ones like Kitty people like, but I don't like it because I can't do tabs. Tabs are important to me. So I can jump between. And then I have a nice keyboard. Moonlander, ZSH, yeah, ZSH Moonlander. What's it called? Not ZSH, is it? Oh, what is it called? ZSA. Very nice keyboard with a lot of hot keys on it. It's a good one. Yeah, Alacrity. No, I didn't customize it that much. I customized like my tab layout because a lot of terminals don't do tabs. I'm kind of very much into tabs. All right, let's see if this works. I think we gave this like a, what do we say, 30% chance of working? It might be even lower than that. All right, so what this should do is create a WebSockets peer, which is just a really weird peer. Yeah, it fucked it up. It hated it. I didn't change the enet local. I change peer.websockets. WebSockets. Okay, that was not the bug, so there's still 30% chance it could work. WebSockets. Create. I'm in a session. I don't think this is gonna work at all. Yeah, yeah, it didn't work. We've got null here in the top left. It doesn't feel like I am a peer here. Let's see what this says. Um, just create client, take a port. I don't get it. But what if we don't give a port? Will it complain? Yes. All right. So let's try 999 and create client unsafe. Is that a function here? It's not. This is weird. Create. It's not working. I don't. What if the Godot docs have one? Here it is. We have a WebSocket chat server. WebSocket multiplayer. Hell fucking yeah. Hell yeah. What's the problem? WebSockets are weird is the problem. But we have here. Can we get this whole fucking thing? It's called the demo projects. We're gonna get every demo project ever made. This is gonna be massive. We're gonna run out of space on our poor little computer as well. We have a MacBook with like our storage is getting thin. It's one of the things I just gotta spend some time. We have 90 gigs left. Okay, that's better than I thought. Browse it via G. No, I got the whole thing. Why did I get the whole thing? Because I can. Networking. Let's do a list. WebSocket. Multiplayer. This microphone thing is pissing me off. This is cool. Look at this. Host. Connect. How did it know my... Oh, it took my computer's name. That's fucking weird. I like how they did this. It's cool. Okay, so how do they do this? That's what we want right there. Ludus. What does that mean? Networking is very, very hard. I think only one very. Networking is very hard, not very, very. Small difference. Host press, create server, def port, peer, add player. Sure. What is def port? 8080. Let's copy these over to our game. And why are you doing this? I don't know. They don't use proto name here. Nice to see a dev who doesn't use AI. No, I am very anti AI. I don't think it's one, it's not all that useful because it can be misleading. Two, it doesn't teach you anything. And three, it has ruined open source because it stole from all the open source stuff out there and then overwhelmed all the maintainers with garbage PRs. So open source is going closed source thanks to fucking AI. Yeah, I'm pretty not about it. But that might have to change because I got to get with the times. I just enjoy coding as well, and prompting kind of takes the joy out of it. Close network connected. I see those. Okay, start game. Makes sense. This right here. This is what we need. WebSockets join right here. Host edit. I don't think I put the port on there correctly. What does host edit default to? Localhost? What about that? Did you see that coming? Okay. Okay, finally, let's go grab the host information that we need. So that was all the joining. HostPress is going to create a server on def port. That's it. That's literally it. But does it do anything else? I see. It does not. Okay. Add player. Connect pressed. That's it. And so we have these connection fails, connected server, server disconnected. All these we use already. How do you justify an interview against AI? Um, so the reason the way I say I don't use AI is because there is a book that I read called Data Intensive Applications. And if you read this book, it teaches you how to make reliable, scalable, and maintainable software. And if you look at AI, data designing, data intensive. If you look at AI, yeah, only on page 60, finish the book. It's very good. AI does not help you create reliable software that tolerates hardware and software faults or human error. It does not help you make scalable software that is performant and functions through latency. And it doesn't make maintainable. It definitely does not make operable, simple, evolvable code. So when you violate all three of these principles by using I think it's pretty easy to convince the interviewer that it's a net negative. Now, is it good for like certain things like code search? Sure. Yeah. It's great for searching. It's a good search engine. But we've been using machine learning for search engines for a long time. Like Google algorithms are, the early Google algorithms are search engine algorithms are machine learning. But I don't think LLMs are all that. All right, let's try this. Anyway, I'm having fun without it, so why do I need it? Will it work now? Holy shit! Oh my god! Wait, I clicked the wrong one. Did I? Did I click the wrong one? WebSockets. WebSockets. Create. Join. Oh my god, it works. Fuck. What the fuck? Okay. So the problem is that this is only localhost. Not for peer-to-peer, so why? What do we do? Cool. What's not cool is that it only works on localhost. So what do we got to do to fix that? What do you guys think we can do? We have our PCs. Man, can I get your feedback on the current state of our project? Yeah, that's fine. If you want to send a link, I've got to wrap up here soon, so probably be the last thing I do today. But you can send it along, and I'll take a look. I'm just doing some thinking. Sometimes you have to think really hard. Oh, fuck, I'm thinking hard. Yeah, I'm gonna be right back while you get that ready. So send it along, and I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Coffee. Yeah, we're out of coffee. Fuck. Oh, Lord, I'm just. All right, so we've got CD into the server, npm psalm db migrate dev. You can hope maybe like a local npc. Interesting. Let's take a look. Very interesting. Okay. Cute, cute, cute. Yeah, I'm also a web dev, so I've been doing a lot of web dev for work, not as much game dev. Oh yeah. Let's do that. Clear GD LS. Yes, I am a senior front end dev by trade. Let's do some examples. Get clone. And you set to CD into server. What is it called? CD little RPG server. Yarn npm install. That's fine too. Godot CD example. Sorry, little npm. Okay, so ls. Just open it real quick. Oh, I have to see the server. Open server here. Server. There's that. Good tip. Just env. Well done. Yeah, I've used Drizzle before too. Here it goes. npm instead of yarn. Bad habit. All right, let us then db migrate. npm run. See that. I don't know if that's the right one. Seems right. I don't understand that language, my friend. Now I have to open it in Godot, right? Now that the backend's running? It's a very interesting little project, isn't it? I do not understand that. It's okay. They can just talk to themselves. Cool, look at that. Cute. Wow, it's working. Look at all that server interest. You've got a print overflow. You're sending way too much. That's fun. Dang, I'm fast. And all these NPCs updated because that was just a placeholder, and they yeah. So the way you change the main scene is you right click on it and you go set as main scene right here. And it highlights blue. Poketown! Very nice. Look at those. This is a great learning project. This is looking good. It does look like Stardew Valley. Yeah, the sprites, it's not that different. We can go out into the middle of nowhere. Could you do Stardew Valley? How much time would it take you without music and graphics? Could I program Stardew Valley? I don't know that I could. I probably don't have the expertise. He worked for like 6 to 8 years on that. He worked I mean, he's still working on it. Stardew Valley is 10 years old now. I would say it'd take a very, very long time to make a game like Stardew. And he did all the music and everything too, so, you know, I have a menu. Oh yeah, you said you were working on how to make the menus work. Yeah. This makes some sense. It seems like yeah. So your canvas layer, this is interesting. I forget. It's been a while since I've done 2D. Interesting. Cool, cool. Yeah, that makes sense to me. So this full Rex here, I'm trying to test our theory from earlier. Panel container label test. So if I put this in the top left or the top right, even, let's see what happens. So I think this will be off screen, right? No, it worked. It's in the top right. See. So the way this works is that even though your camera doesn't look like it's, so let's zoom it back in. I'm gonna take your control node here. I'm gonna throw it in here, and then I'm gonna reset the transforms. So you have this transform. Don't try not to use this. You know, just use full rect or whatever. Just take this stuff. You can save this out later. I don't exactly know how that one works, but then I would VBox, put them all in here, and then panel itself, style, make unique, like white, that's fine. Margin 24, 24, 24. Let's do it here. There. Yeah, because these are now doing the thing. So one thing we can do to get around that is you could do this, and the way we have these set up is they're going to be referenced by that control script, which makes sense. User data, user data. Still won't work. Because I broke everything. I'm silly. Control, yeah. So basically the way this works here is since I moved these things, hey token, how's it going? What you would do is you could use access as unique name. And I do this a lot in my tutorials. If you take my multiplayer tutorials, see I can right click access as unique name. They get this little thing. And then how these are labeled here, we changed the location of these dramatically, right? But instead of doing it with $, we can do it with access as unique name. And now that will make it independent of where it is. So you can drag all these in like that, right? Player experience label, we missed. Now we can do this, that. Try that again. Worked. Just like that. So now you can arbitrarily rearrange these. And you have this nice setup here. And I would BG color that a little bit lighter. Needs to be a little more. Yeah, easy. Yeah, Stardew Valley is on its way. Do I have my own game in publication? I have not created a game yet. I mostly make tutorials on my YouTube channel because I can't make a game that is something I'm passionate about. I canceled my game. Very cool. Very cool. Thanks for sharing. I hope you get a little bit out of that. You're on the right track. That looks exactly like my first game. I will tell you that. It looks exactly like my first game. Yeah, I'll show you. Let's see what my first game looked like. I don't know if it'll open. Okay, I can go back to 4.5, right? Do I have 4.5? Let's try 4.6. I don't know. I keep doing this where we update our Godot version because crazy. Yeah, no problem. It's a very interesting approach. It seems like you're getting the right stuff from the server, and if it works for you, it works for you. I would just tend to stick all to one place because I'm more, co-location of concerns. So this is like a little like platformer, like a multiplayer not platform, but a battle game. Because I was doing some like PvE where you could fight enemies, but the enemies were really boring to fight. I cannot take any jobs. So yeah, so we had a little dodge, fatigue, and then let's see if this actually joins. Oh, that's so cool. It works. I've been making multiplayer for a long time. This was my first game. We had damage numbers. The spear was really broken. I accidentally pumped the numbers a little too much for the spear. It's just too fast. And so when we go in here, start a battle. It's not going to work. Oh, wow, it works. Now I can kill that fucker. So if I put him over here. Oh, there's another cool thing. If I fire a fireball, I can actually, I can block the fireball. Oh, it didn't work. What's the block button? Is it R? B? Oh, it's right click. We just have to have a lot of there. Bounce back. Oh, and hit him. Yeah, this is my first project. It was okay. It bounces back and forth, and it took me a long time to do the fireball reflection. But people had a lot of fun with this project. I think if you hit it with the sword, it bounces too. Yeah, yeah, it's like a Zelda like. Yeah, it's pretty. Witcher 5. Yeah, I think this looks a little different than Witcher 5. Okay, I'm not gonna look at my guy like bunch of fucking errors and learned a lot about friction and velocity, acceleration, sprinting. Um, Animation player. So I did all this stuff. So silly. Pretty cool. And the arena, this is the starting area. So the starting area looks like this, and I didn't know how to make a new level, so the actual fighting place is over here. I just move everybody into the fighting area. And when you're in here, you can't you can't hurt each other. And then this is the earlier version I didn't like, so I redid it like this. So I put these colors down because you couldn't tell what was what. Pretty funny one. You know. When migrating project from 4.3, other possible bugs. Well, that project I have taken all the way from, early 4.2 all the way up to 4.3. And I think you can encounter some bugs, but I think they're pretty rare. Random, a few weeks ago, you were playing with AG. You're talking about, remind me, what is AG again? Anti-gravity or what? Can't remember. Yeah, AG, okay, yeah, anti-gravity. It's very good, yeah. I mean, I used it to basically translate some things, and one thing it does well is it doesn't get in your way too much. You can use the prompt side, but I just keep this agent thing closed most of the time. And then it'll kind of do a good guess of like what you want to do. And early Copilot did this, but this is something where I think it's strong because I'm still in charge of the content. I'm still authoring the code. So I really do prefer how anti-gravity works, say compared to like Claude code. How did you grind these leak code to pass these interviews? Yeah, yeah. So inline suggestions really are nice. It was literally just time. You just got to spend time on it. And I really don't like leak code, but I used something called Front End Masters, and there's a free course on here by Prime again. That's pretty good. I watched it like twice. The last algorithm course you ever want. I think they made this free. It was free for a while. Maybe it's no longer free, but it's worth paying for this. This is how you get a big boy job. Yeah, I mean, I think it's been pretty nice. It'll go awry pretty often though. But yeah, I use it just like that a little bit. You used to work with Prime again. Oh yeah, I think you mentioned you had a Netflix job a while back. Did you work close to him, or were you just like, those companies are enormous, right? So it's unlikely you actually like knew him or met him, right? I have like an let's see if I um can add. See, this is a URL ends with. I wanted to call this queue or join queue or something, but interesting. So it's suggesting that yeah, there you go. Like I'm actually not sure that this ends with. Yeah, let's actually commit this change. It just suggested that I add a slash here, and this ends with. I really don't know how it works exactly. I think the routing on these Cloudflare workers is super weird. We have exactly one change that the AI just suggested. It was just to clean up this. I don't know, just in case. I don't think anyone's using this endpoint right now. At the time in business, he was more. He was. I saw him, but personality-wise, we were not aligned. Interesting. I could see how he would be tough to work with, right? And some of the best people are tough to work with. You know, it's kind of interesting. I could see him being like super tech bro, like early on, but I think I did learn a lot from him. I learned um, that algorithms and data structures are not just for show and they're practical. And one of the things that I liked when he introduced it, he was like, yes, this is a stupid, silly handshake, a secret handshake to get into tech companies, right? But it's a handshake you can learn. Why not learn it? And so I was very against it in a way before he gave me that advice. Sure, he's fantastic. Yeah, in private. Haha, yeah. It's fun working at those companies in that environment. I think that kind of environment is gone now. I think that's a I don't really know. I haven't been on a campus in a while because I'm full remote now, but those were the days. Yeah, as secret rituals go, it's not too bad. Yeah. I mean, and I did find once I actually committed to learning data structures and algorithms, I learned a lot, like some very important, like computer science kind of fundamentals that I was missing and made me a weaker engineer to not know how to apply. And like, yeah, do I like need to reverse a linked list? No, absolutely not. But just in this project, I've got like a reverse lookup because I had to have, where is it? So we have a two maps. I have two maps. I have the sessions, which is a map of the WebSockets by WebSocket, and then I have to have the session lookup of this new map. And without knowing data structures and algorithms, I wouldn't have necessarily. Can I get this bigger? I wouldn't have necessarily looked for this pattern where I could use a lookup to get the WebSocket. Given an ID, I need to. I don't know if it's perfect, but it seemed to work all right. So this is a handling of a matchmaking service, essentially. Some simple validation to make sure the packet is well formed, and then this is kind of like algorithms, like where we're just like checking through a bunch of boxes and kind of saying like, oh, return true. Like it's not really an algorithm, but we do the sessions lookup. We do both here. We say this and that, and we could simplify this a little, but this works. It works. The game that you showed, how long did it? That game, I don't know. It took me a couple months. I was pretty new at this early game. I'll show you another game that I've got that's much more cooler. Yeah, those big tech companies are like a combination of like playgrounds for young smart people and actual business. And sometimes people kind of forget which is which. Interesting. I'm getting a lot of errors here. Okay, there we go. Yeah, the algorithms course has two parts, and yeah, I mean, I recommend pretty much everything on front end masters, like holistically. It's pretty good. Just take the ones that you're most interested in, think you can help. The one that I think is like the biggest level up, if you haven't ever taken it, is JavaScript, the hard parts. Uh, and if you go ahead and do this thing by will sentence, right? Courses, hard parts. This is probably the biggest level up you can take on this if you are a JavaScript engineer, for sure. One thing that's done down here is I found really interesting. Food is comped. Ooh, food loses. They were being hungry and holding off into the break. Liver only provided food and breaks. Productivity went up. Ooh, interesting. Interesting finding. It's a missing a bottomless well. That's pretty great. The Zelda one was cooler. Okay. I think you just like fighting. That's what I'm getting from the fact that the Zelda one is cool. The only thing that food sometimes did is that kind of encouraged long ass lunch breaks some days. Let's kind of mosey in around 9:30, hang out for a couple hours. 11:30. You know what? It's almost time for lunch. Get back to work at 2:30. Well, it's kind of close to 5. Don't tell me you didn't do it. There are days like that. Think about the end of your night works. Yeah, shut down. Yeah. Basically it teaches you to say hi, stop sooner. Yeah. No, I have a I have a policy for not staying up and doing all-nighters. It's a 3 strikes policy. It's basically make 3 simple mistakes, go to bed. But you're right. You're right. I think the whole like suffering and um torturing yourself for the code is bad. Yeah. Taking care of yourself, you make. I always encourage people to get good sleep. I got good sleep last night. That's why I've been able to. What I'm streaming for, what, 3 hours now? 4 hours. I've been live for 4.5 hours. It's longer than my normal stream for sure. Because I'm feeling pretty decent, pretty good. Had a good lunch. 2D violence is really where it's at. Interesting. I have, it's funny because you said I have a like a Zelda like. Well, I don't. You've probably seen me pull up this project too. I mean, these are all things I've kind of got to revisit. But I had this up earlier where I just like nice like Zelda type game. My poor little laptop's actually overheating. I got to get a new laptop. He is not doing hot. I think he's got too many tabs open. Let's see what we can close. Maybe anti-gravity's eating up my. Got Steam open. Got browser tabs open. I don't need Discord. Pixels over polygons. Big take here. This was a 3D Zelda like. We got some pixels on the screen. I need to be able to cut the grass though. I'm Zelda. Ow. I think his animation's broken. Seemed like Godot is behind, and I mean, look at this project. Is it? It's looking pretty good, right? I don't think it's that far behind. It's pretty close now, especially with the newer releases. Yeah, the last 2 years, ever since the 4.0, like 4.2, 4.3, I think this game was made in 4.3 or so, 4.2. There's a lot of interest in making Godot better. Yeah, it's kind of a good problem to have. It kind of is. I think there's some slop from the AI PRs, like kind of ruining open source. That's one of the reasons I like quote um, why I don't like AI is because it like took all of open source, ingested it, stole every open source project on the planet, and then created slop PRs for every fucking maintainer to go through, forcing essentially closed source. But yeah, Unreal honestly seems like a few steps. I mean, Unreal is light years ahead. Light years. It's really way, way more capable engine in some ways, but Unreal also has some disadvantages. It's essentially the same engine from like 15, 20 years ago. They just keep layering stuff on, just like Windows. So it's like, which would you rather use, Windows or Linux, or in my case, Mac? I think Unreal has gotten to that point where it's and Unity. Godot gets the benefit of being more nimble and more new, and it's still plenty capable. If you look at, you just got to. It's like a tool. You got to learn how to use it. For a 2D game, Godot seems perfect. Yeah, you should definitely do 2D. Yeah, massive issues, Nanite and Lumen. That's what I don't get. Is like I look at the Nanite and the Lumen demos, and I'm like, oh my god, it's so good. And then when you actually go and try it out, it's actually shit. Yes, this is my game. I made that game a long time ago, and then I made this other game. But I tried like an Unreal project, and I have like this really massive computer, a 3090, and like a brand new processor. Like I guess a 3090 isn't all that new, but this was like 2 years ago. I tried out Unreal, and I opened up one of those like jungle demos, a jungle demo with that was on the front page. It was free. It was a jungle demo with nanite textures, with vegetation and rocks and all this cool stuff, and it ran like ass. It played like ass, and I was like, "This is shitty. I'm not playing that." I don't like its business model, but yeah, I mean, there's plenty of reasons not to like it. I'm chugging my computer a little. I like how I criticized Unreal and I can't even load one little game. We'll give it a second. Am I dropping frames? I dropped 25 frames. I think part of the problem is that I this is an old project that I just randomly upgraded to the latest Godot. So I'm not an expert. I mean, yeah, but it's ironic now. I'm getting I also I think this is a engine issue from upgrading. If it ran, if I wonder if I have. Yeah, what is this? It's a consistent error here. I always keep a clean console. Interesting. We get a metal rendering error. Yeah, that's not good. Ah, okay, we're in. We're in, baby. Good old 60 FPS now. I don't think I can make it any bigger. Maybe I can if I. Yeah, there we go. All right, let's play. I wish there were more work simplifying multiplayer, simple rollback nodes. Yeah, I mean, you can use NetFox, right? So I turned on my walking castle and I can open the gate and I can feed him oil. He liked that. His fuel is on the left. So if you go out into the snow, your temperature starts dropping. It's kind of a push the cart game. You have to keep filling your um yeah, that's a good way to describe it. Halo 4, yeah, yeah. It's a little Halo like, yeah. I used to like Halo a lot. I think there's a fucking enemy stuck up there. There he is. Did he just turn off the okay, there he goes. You have to keep like refueling. Oh, there's a box. There's some data. So you can put the data, you have to collect this data frame. And you have to put it into the machine. And then you can build a turret with your data frame. It's a fun little game. The point is getting the tank to the checkpoint. Yeah, you're right. There's like basically an infinite terrain that's procedurally like moving forward in space. So yeah, I'm surprised it's working pretty good. Oh no. So my turret is helping me with these dogs. These are I think these models are from Resident Evil 1. I think I stole those from. It's just PvE, but it's co-op multiplayer. So, I had this on a dedicated server. and then server costs got to be, yeah, definitely nice to meet you. Have a good night. I mean, this game is actually like not fun. It's like kind of fun, but it just got to be too much work, and I kind of gave up. It's another one of my canceled games. I've canceled a lot of games. A team of players, yes, that's right. It's PvE co-op. It's kind of like I think I originally made it a little bit like I planned it to like be like Helldivers 2, where you're getting swarmed with enemies. And in Helldivers 2, like you can get ragdolled and like knocked about. So I've got ragdolling in here. If I die, the body will fly into ragdoll mode. I need a sexier tank. Yeah, I am not an artist. That was part of my problems. Like, I made this thing. It looks awful. It's kind of grown on me. It's a little cute, but it's really shitty. But here comes like the Helldivers, like enemies, you see. And now I'm getting too cold. You see how my screen is turning blue? So now I have to go and get warm in here or else I start to lose health. And so my health bar. So they wait before they try to attack you, like a random interval. The tank has a life bar. Yeah, it's in the top left, the hull. And then he has a fuel bar. So his fuel is getting low. So let's get him some fuel. So you see the fuel is the orange bar there on the top left. So that makes it higher. So every time I pick up one of these, it becomes a physics object. But until I pick it up, it's not a physics object. It's just a normal like mesh. But now I can like roll it. Throw it in there. All right. He's happy. And so you kind of defend the tank, and that's pretty much it. Good old Halo. I love Halo. I don't remember designing this rock. What the fuck is going on? Did I add more stuff? I don't fucking remember. This is weird. I don't remember this rock. I transform it into a rigid body, yeah. So rigid bodies can be moved by physics and static bodies cannot. So until it's picked up, it's not a networked object. It's not a server. It's not any sort of server thing. It's actually just a rigid body. Yeah, it's just like a static body, so it doesn't do anything. And it's not networked. It has no functions, but it's listening. It's listening for players picking it up. And when it picks up, I change it. I secretly delete the old one and add a new one that's fully networked. So I'm trying to find one here. I'm freezing to death. I'm gonna freeze to death trying to find a. So you can see in the distance is my heat source. I don't know where all my. Wait, you changed the body. You have two separate objects. I have two separate scenes. I have two separate scenes. I delete the scene and grab and get one that's oh, there's one. I'm gonna die though. So there's the ragdoll. Just like Helldivers. So now I'm all right. Basically, this object, it does nothing. It's like it's just a piece of furniture. It's just like a terrain piece. It has no functions. The only function it has is that pickup. And when I pick it up, it just shows a label, right? I haven't picked it up, but I'm going to press E. 3, 2, 1. You didn't see it delete, but it deleted itself, and it became one that's network compatible. And that basically saves on network. It saves on processing because they can't be moved. I can't move it. So if I run into it, I can't move it. It's just static. But when I pick it up, 3, 2, boop, Just replace. It's a seamless replace. Yeah, an interactable static body. But now it has physics and it can be moved and it's on the network. Yeah, it's an RPC. I call it an RPC. How'd it look like on a super slow machine? I mean, I'm on a super slow machine. I'm on a Mac, like not a gaming computer. It all works pretty good. It works great on my Steam Deck. I brought it to a like a game dev meetup and fucking do I have a oh, I have a melee. I forgot I had melee. Fuck you guys. It's so cool I can like stand on this. All the players, like the network players, can stand on this and kind of ride it. If it looked better, it would make a lot of sense, but it's supposed to be like Howl's Moving Castle. Um the rifle is projectile based. You can see the projectiles kind of destroy. And this is hit scan. So I've got two different ones. And that is true in my P2P multiplayer project too. So honestly, the gameplay of this is fun. Like I'm not bored. Like the core just running and shooting and defending is like it's not the worst. The problem is I don't like the setting. I mean, I do like the setting. I just don't want to do I don't know. This game got too big for me. It got too complex because I wanted to have like dungeons where you could stop the machine and then everyone ventures into the dungeon together. It's like sometimes there's like I don't know, buildings out here. I put in some buildings that you're gonna go to. This is the core loop is kind of just like traversing the wilderness in your walking castle, and you're trying to collect ancient technology and level up and upgrade, and it's kind of like a survival game. The melee is just a hitbox monitoring, yeah. Where the machine is the dungeon, yeah. I really like that idea of having a walking castle, and so I've been prototyping some other stuff with that. And now a bunch of games are coming out with walking castles in them, and I'm like, just too late. This gun sucks. I gotta make the projectile speed faster on that. But yeah, I think I've got my fill here. If it sounds fun, do it. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, everything's been done and everything is too late. Yeah, I shouldn't have that attitude, but it's pretty easy to get discouraged, especially when you have been working on something a long time and it still has a long way to go. That's what I found. I was like, this is canceled. Canceled games. Have you had any luck with other artists? So one thing I want to do is create like a little like show reel of kind of the games that I've done, have people play them a little bit. And a show reel would help me essentially advertise my skills to a potential artist. Yeah, I could branch off. I could go back to it. But what I did is I actually took a bunch of the assets and the work that I did for it, and I created a open source version. And you can just play a shooter. Yeah. Skyrim, they told me a huge problem in playing me first and third. Do you have anything about that? Oh, that's cool. I could see how it could be problematic when you can switch, but I built this one in first person and that one in third person. Third person is definitely harder, but I don't know. I make a couple of different third person games. I make a lot of third person games because it's nice to be able to see your character doing the thing. It's nice and responsive, and like Dark Souls is third person, so I think this. These are all third person. So like most of my games I make are third person. How did you make the enemies? It was a lot of work. I got assets from the free asset store and stuff, and then kind of the hardest part was doing the behavior of the enemies, like attack, stop, wait, move, seek. Sucked. It's all open source if you want to go look at it. Have you checked out the generative stuff for assets you could do locally? Yeah. I mean, I'd rather work with an artist because then you, even if the artist is like using generative stuff as part of their flow, they're just going to be better at it than I am. And like, I used to be an artist back in the day, but I used to be like a more pen and paper drawing sort of artist. So I can still draw, but I can't do art. Placeholders and more variety. Yeah, I mean, the problem I think with generative assets is that you're going to be in a situation where they aren't performant. So they'll probably be not low poly. They're going to be super high poly. And like, I've seen some workflows that look good. But then what ends up happening though is that for the best quality generative assets, you've got to pay for it. You have to use tokens. There's nobody out there just letting you run these models for free, the good ones at least, right? And any free model is going to be garbage. That's what I've found. And like, if you correct me on that and you bring me, say, hey, here's this site that's 100% free, um, and it makes amazing low poly performant. So we've got Meshy or Triplio is some of these. Is there a simple preset or whatever, or like the simple FP? I don't know. For what? Yeah, I mean, you can ping me. So you can contact me on Twitch, Twitter. I've got my socials everywhere, Discord. Um, you know, just say, hey, this is Token or whatever from wherever. And this was a fun early project. Oh, I got to do local. I'll send you a message in Twitch. Yeah, that's fine. I'm gonna check out Meshy or Triplio. Meshy. Oh, I have checked out Meshy, but these are paid. And if I'm gonna pay for assets, I'd rather just pay an artist. Meshy plus a decimate modifier works okay. And is it? But they're not free. I love Blockbench. Blockbench is super cool. I wish I could. So Blockbench, I think, is what I would use if I were to do my own models. The problem is I don't have time to learn how to use Blockbench good enough to make it good. Like, I would love to make stuff like this, but and I get like there's a whole skill set. I have to limit the number of things I can learn. I cannot be afford to learn to be an expert here as well. So this was the early project I did. That's a like an arena shooter where you have a hand that acts as a grappling hook, so you can grapple. And there's a shotgun, I think. How do I change weapon? There we go. These are both projectile base. So now you can grapple over. This has NetFox in it? That's interesting. I don't remember using NetFox for this. Yeah, block bench is a good one though. I should have put a better rock texture on these low poly rocks. I didn't think I know how to do it back then. So I've got like this lava texture. But it's kind of cool because you could like fall off the map and then you could grab the edge and pull yourself back up. All right, and the other cool part was that, oh no, I don't see the other player. I think it didn't work. But you could, the other thing is it was like Roadhog's hook, where you could um, shoot out your hand and you could grab another player and pull them to you like Roadhog in Overwatch. So that was the fun part about that game, is it was either a grappling hook or a player hook. I need an art or a programming guy. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Yeah, I got to get on that show reel. I might try to do that tomorrow. Maybe I'll stay off. This was a long stream, so maybe I'll work on my show reel tomorrow, kind of off stream. We got a lot done though. I think I'm pretty happy. We did do Steam, and we'll make a couple of videos and stuff. But I've got to go. I've got to get off here. I've been on for a while, so thank you all for hanging out, coming by. Material shader tutor. Oh, that's a cool one. Material or shader tutor? I don't know. I do not know. Art guys tend to massively overvalue themselves. That's the thing. They do deliver a lot of value, and it is hard work. So, thank you. Yeah, and I did learn that you can't just make a game and have it look bad. You've got to have a game that actually looks good, because it's appeal. You know, the appeal, your first impression, it's important. That's why an artist is important. So I'm going to be looking for an artist when I'm going to make a game. But right now I'm got to make some tutorials. I got to get back to work. I got to get on the video train. So I will see y'all later. I have a good one. Thanks for the message. I'll check it out. See y'all.